Hi, this is Dr. Scott Young, and today we are going to get into the whole of the tribulation. You're going to be like, wait, we're going to do it for 7 years long? Well, this recording is going to be a longer one. Now, if you don't want to watch a whole 7 years of recording, it's just not going to be that long. You can watch it as a shorter recording in the same playlist. You can watch little 30-minute slots. Now, it's going to be a longer one. I've seen that some people I've asked the question, did you want to watch it as shorter? You can watch the shorter ones or you can watch the longer one. But most people actually, I asked the question on my Telegram page, do you want to watch this longer one? And over 750 people said, and 87% said they wanted to watch the longer one. So here we go. Okay. So the tribulation is misunderstood quite a bit. We're going to talk about that, but I'm going to tell you what you can do to back this up. If you really want to study this, here's what you can do. Number one, go to the website, drscottyoung.com. On the website is the bookstore, and it's kind of blacked out there, darkened out there. Bookstore, the new book. The new release is Tribulation. And so you can kind of order it. It is only in hardcover. It's $30. I'm sorry, that's just the price. It's the least I can do. It is not in any other kind of way. You don't have it as an audiobook because it's got all the cool looks of everything on there. Okay. And is only going to be a hardcover. It's not going to be soft. It's not going to be a Kindle. It's nothing else but that. Okay. Now, the second thing that I recommend that you download is that you come over here under the page, and there are several little things you can download. You can download the False Teachers of Jude. You can do a second little download. It's called Hope in the Last Days. The second one down, you can download. It's called Tribulation Judgments. This little judgment kind of things right here. It took me 18 months to first do this one here that has a deeper one that goes through Hope in the Last Days. But I shortened this up and added a few more things inside of the Tribulation Judgments. Now, if you have an elongated screen like I do, it'll work on any screen, but you can use this as a wallpaper. And you can kind of come back here and reference this. So download this. You can donate that. That's helpful. It really is nice. You don't have to, but it is something that you can download for free, or you can donate it if you'd like to. That really is nice. But again, buy the book and you can do the download. That's all I'm going to ask of that kind of thing. Okay. Now, when we think of what happens out there, this is what most people see of this, of backgrounds. Now, I was asked to do this kind of thing. Oh man, the first time I was asked this was in 2012, and I've been studying end time issues since, well, not since, I'm going to say 43 years, almost 44 years. And I was asked to do this in 2012, and I'm looking at the dude. I'm like, dude, do you understand how hard this thing would be to do? I had to take an Excel spreadsheet and like start to place this. And I didn't have a big enough monitor. I started asking my son to get me a bigger monitors. I had a 17-inch, I think a 19-inch monitor. And then I started getting bigger monitors, like a 24-inch monitor, just to really do these things because it was hard. And then I had like the two monitors so I could move things around. I have no idea how these people did this more than 100 years ago. It's very, very difficult to try to do this. And yet this is what most people have been living with in that way. We have, and I'm going to show you more about these, but there's a book called Charting the End Times that Tim LaHaye did, and he shows you some really cool things inside of his book. He's passed away. He's in heaven now. He's done his own kinds of things as well out there. So this is some of the stuff that we have in the background. One of the things that is so difficult when we look at this, I'll pull that off the screen here. So I'm going to pull up a new way of looking at this. Sorry. As we look at end time issues, there's just so much misunderstanding. When we look at end time issues, I have there was a pastor that a most recent part of a church I was going to is a Baptist church, and Baptist churches don't tend to like to talk about end time issues. I personally don't know why, but 65% of the word talks on end time issues. And I go, I don't understand why you don't talk on end time issues. I don't care what you feel about it, but if I were to say this to you, let's say you're starting a job tomorrow, and at the job, and let's just say you don't really want to deal with money collection. And you said to your wife or husband, your spouse, you said, man, if they talk about money, I'm quitting. But the first day, lo and behold, that's exactly all they talk about. And they're talking about it because they want money collection to be done with integrity. And let's just say your job is that front office person, a front office, secretary. And yet at front office situations, that's kind of what you do all the time, is collect the money. Like everyone, the credit card machine rate is right there, the print offs are right there. That's kind of your job. And you really didn't prepare yourself for that. And yet money collection all happens from that particular desk. And so that your boss talks about it over and over again. You might want to quit. Well, guess what? The word of God speaks 65% on end time issues. If there are 52 weeks a year, which there are, how come at your church there are not one Sunday a month that they just spend on end time issues? Or leave that aside. What if they don't even do it on Sunday? What about Sunday night? They go, Sunday nights are end time issue time frames. I don't see it. Some churches don't even talk about it at all. And this one pastor that I was talking about teaching at their church, saying, I'm going to take time out of my schedule, which I spend probably 100 hours a week working at my own practice and then doing all my podcasting as well. And I was willing to give away, time frame. And he was like, I don't even know why you talk about that end time stuff. And I because I really didn't want to get into it with him because I knew this just wasn't going to be his conversation. I just was like, I'm done with him. I'm not going to get into this with him because he didn't really want to talk about this. I just knew from the Spirit, this is not going to be his. I'm not going to die on that sword with him. This is unfortunately what we see in the church, but it's important to God. In Revelation 1 verse 3, read it. It says that inside the word, those who read, pay attention to, spend time, get deep into, there is a deep, deep blessing. That's the Scott version. There's a deep blessing inside of it. Do you really want to have the deep blessing of God? If you do, let's spend time in doing that together. Okay, so let's bring up the PowerPoint that I prepared for you guys so that you guys could understand end time issues. Okay, so David Koresh, 1992, The Branch Davidians, one of the most difficult circumstances that happened. The Branch Davidians were invaded. They had a camp outside of Waco. And the ATF decided that they were going to come in and rupture their place. And it was a really disgusting way that they did this. But yet the Branch Davidians had their own issue. I mean, there was a cult, don't get me wrong. But here's what they had said. David Koresh, he had said he called himself the sinful Messiah because he separated the men and the women, and he had sex with married women. I mean, these people were so brainwashed in their viewpoints, and yet the one of the people who talked about his experiences was he called himself a theologian or a theology professor. I don't know that he was, but that's what he called himself. Now, he couldn't actually argue with end time issues that he that he supposedly brought up. Koresh did. And so he would bring him to the theology chair of the department in the San Diego University. And it was a little small university. And the guy couldn't argue with him. And the big issue that Koresh would bring up is this. Bring this off the screen. Is even if you don't know anything about end time issues, he said that we at the time were in the sixth trumpet. Now, if you don't know anything about end time issues, I'm going to teach you sign language. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. Now, most of you would just say 6 like this, but in sign language, you can actually count, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, right? You can count with one hand all the way through a million if you really want to. That's my minor is in deaf education, so I learned to sign a long time ago. And so and the sixth trumpet indicates, and so if I was to not know anything about end time issues, and you said we are in the sixth trumpet, my first question from a logic standpoint was saying, okay, if we're in the sixth trumpet, and I don't know anything about the trumpets, tell me what's the fifth trumpet, or the fourth, or the third, or the second. And Koresh never could explain the trumpets and what events occurred for those other trumpets. We'll show you what those mean. Okay, because the first seal starts the tribulation. You see, one of the things that happens when we just see this is done by Turning Point 2021. You see, this is a very, very simple one. The 7 years, he's got this little thing, the 7-year tribulation down here below, the first 3.5 years, the second 3.5 years. The second 3.5 years is called the Great Tribulation. This is in the Old Testament in the conversation. He has this little thing this is called the rapture versus the second coming. He uses the rapture as a conversation. The rapture, Christ returns for his church. The rapture, Christ returns with his church. It's decent conversation. Now, some people get so confused by it, they go, well, that's the same event. And then they start arguing because they don't even understand the difference between the two. And then they stop and they go, well, I'm just a pan-tribulationist. It's all going to pan out in the wash. And I'm like, dude, you're missing the point. Spend time on it because, again, like I said, 60% of the word is from his lips. If it's important to God, why isn't it important to you? Oops, sorry, click on the wrong area. Now, here's something that's interesting. Now, there was a video done by Mike Winger, and it is right at this moment. Today is the 24th of January, 2026. This video was done on Sunday, so this is Saturday. So it's only 5 days old. It is going virally, and it has got 850,000 views. It is a 6-hour video. I personally would never normally watch a 6-hour video because I don't normally have the time. And I watched his video, and it was very interesting with that. One of the things that Mike Winger was talking about, he was talking about the church, and he's talking about what I would call goats within the church. Now, I think if Mike and I were talking, if I explained the conversation about goats, he would talk about that, but he would agree with that one. But what goats are false teachers. Okay. And and one of the things that most people look at when they don't understand that, most people in the church want to talk about good versus evil. Now, what's fascinating is Romans 7:15 through 25 talks about, though I don't do the things I want to do, but the things that I don't want to do, those are the things that I do. And when most people read those verses, they go, man, I don't get it. And the things that I don't want to do, those are the things that I don't want to practice. And you go, oh my, holy cow, right? When I practice the things that are bad, that I do those bad things. The reality is that we have to understand we're trying to not practice evil things, and we need to understand that there's conversations about goats that are end time related. We need to understand end time related stuff so that we can realize good versus evil is all around us. That's why you need to spend time on end time issues. That's a tongue twister, and I don't do very well with tongue twisters very well. That's a hard one to say too. All right. Okay. Now, this is out of Charting the End Times by Tim LaHaye as well. Now, it's fascinating because when people read Revelation, it gets a little funky, right? Because it goes through and it seems very chronological. The 7 seals, 7 trumpets, 7 bowls, right? But it goes 7 seals, and then he realizes this, and he puts it in blue, 7 seals, and it has this weird interval with the Revelation 7, 1 through 8 has this weird interval and talks about the 144,000. And then it goes up here into the 7 trumpets. And then a weird interval again with a little book and then 2 witnesses. And then it goes up to some key figures about the dragon in Revelation 12 and 13. And then it comes over here to intervals with angels and messengers, which is now, by the way, that is the same thing as the 144,000. Doesn't understand that one. He doesn't put it together there exactly. But then it talks about the 7 bowls. And then the 7 dooms, which are, by the way, the 7 bowls, and the return of Christ. It gets so funky, and that's why people get so messed up about that. And they want to make it very easy, like 7 bowls, the 7 trumpets, and then the 7, or the 7 seals, the 7 bowls, the 7 trumpets. And we want to make it like so easy and move through. And yet the reality that you're going to find is that the 7 seals go all the way through the 7-year period of time. They don't stop until the very end. The 7 trumpets start in the middle-ish time frame, and the 7 bowls happen at the near end time frame, and they're actually happening concurrently all at the very end. And it will make sense when we go through this. Here's what happens. So the black line right here, the black vertical line, is the beginning of the trib. And then we have the end of the tribulation, middle of the tribulation. Okay? Basic timeline right here. This is the last 10 days right here. Very important. We will talk about that later. Okay? So it starts with the pre-tribulation, before the tribulation, pre-tribulation rapture of the bride. We will talk about that later. We will explain that quite a bit. Before the tribulation, we also have the Ezekiel 38 and 39 war. Some people want to call that the very first war, or the World War III. I don't call that World War III It's because it's an incredibly short battle. I don't call it a war, but it's incredibly, but it's a very, very short thing. Okay. All right. The first seal is a revelation of the Antichrist, or the AC. The false prophet then shows up right afterward. Now, this guy kind of comes in two different sets of chapters. Revelation 6, verse 2, and it also shows up again in Revelation 13:1. Now, see, we wouldn't write it that way. John writes it very differently, and I'll talk about that in just a little bit. But it's just not how we would do it. God doesn't write things the way that we would put it. Now, obviously, part of that is because the time frame when God would write things, it's just not how we would do it. Now, obviously, you go, well, they don't lay things out the way that we would do it. Number one. Number two, it's trying to confuse the enemy, knowing that this book would last throughout the centuries. You don't want to tell your enemy how you would do it. That's really a very important point. The false prophet we will get into, but he is always subsidiary of the Antichrist. The 144,000 Jewish evangelists are actual men. Now, some people have called themselves the 144,000. We have people who try to lay themselves that I'm 144,000. We're part of the chosen ones of this group, right? We have whole groups of people that call themselves that. No, you're not. And by the way, you can't be revealed as that because they're only revealed after the Antichrist is revealed. So anyone who claims that they are this are false because they're only revealed in Revelation 7. The Antichrist was revealed in Revelation 6. So if you think that you are part of the 144,000, you're false. Because here's what happens. And even the Left Behind series gets this critically wrong. One of the characters in the Left Behind series, it is a really beautiful character, but I don't want to get off too hard on this. But he loses his wife and his daughter, I believe it is, or no, his daughter and his son, and he's broken, and it's a very beautiful story. But the problem with that storyline that Jerry B. Jenkins and Tim LaHaye do is that the 144,000 are young Jewish men who've never had sex with a woman. That violates the character that they brought up. None of the 144,000, the 12 tribes, or 12,000, 12 tribes are ever going to have sex with a woman. So listen, it cannot be any of those. When I wrote a book on that particular one, let me pull off the screen here. Well, anyway, you can go on to my, sorry, don't have it over here. Apologize for that. But you can go to drscottyoung.com. Down below, you can see drscottyoung.com, and you can see it on my list. But it is about the 144,000. My guy is a kind of a nerdy dude. He was a gamer, nerdy dude, and he chooses not to have sex with a woman. And even after he sort of meets a woman that he likes, they never do get married, right? They never have sex, right? That's the whole point of this kind of thing. The issue is that is not what you do. Okay. They're also in this early time frame after the rapture of the bride, after the Antichrist is revealed. This is actually also talked about in 2 Thessalonians 2 through 12. There is a severe deception that comes on, and this is brought on. And I know people have said we're in a severe deception. No, we're not. We're not in a severe deception. I know you think you're living through severe deception. When you think of your severe deception, you haven't seen anything yet. Promise. Now then, the second seal is a World War III that would occur. This will be so big, and we will talk about this one, but the World War III would be a third of the planet dies. So therefore, we haven't seen that yet. This is why David Koresh wasn't even close. Okay? And this is only the second seal. The next portion is the Antichrist. In the middle of the tribulation, the Antichrist will die, shares this pretty deeply, and the Antichrist indwells him or comes within him with that. And then he desecrates the temple. So this is Daniel 9:27, and there's so many points about this. Now, I know that there are some people that will say, but I've heard that Obama is the Antichrist, right? Or Barack Obama or someone else. And I'm going, no, the Antichrist can only be revealed by Jesus. We'll talk about that in just a little bit. It is very specific. Or he's an Antichrist beast system. No, he's very specific. Jesus, I mean, throughout the word, you have to let the word be the word. Stop trying to be sensationalist in that one. The third seal is famine and hyperinflation. It's a dualistic point that it talks about it in there. So some people want to say COVID is that. Nope. I'll talk about that. Okay. Who is the first seal? Revelation 6:1 and 2. Christ introduces the Antichrist and changes the old prophetic theories. Now, in Matthew 24, it says there will be many false prophets and many antichrists. Nero was a type of false prophet or false antichrist. Now, some people mistakenly view that John wrote Revelation in 65 AD, and that Nero around 70ish AD was the Nero that he was talking about, or that was Nero in that time frame. And I'm like, no. Revelation was written in around 95 AD, in that kind of range, near the end of his life. So he definitely wrote it a lot later than Nero. He knew what Nero was. It was no question. And there's so many things that people do not understand when they read through. They marginalize Revelation over and over again. They misunderstand Revelation. Some people also want to say, well, this is Christ. And I go, okay, it says that he comes with a white horse, he's got a bow, no arrows, a crown is given to him. First off, Jesus doesn't have a crown given to him. Went out to conquer. So this is a perfect picture of it, with a bow, no arrow, and this. Let's reference the difference between this dude and Jesus in Revelation 17, verse 14. Jesus has got a stone that no one can read the name of him. He's got tens of thousands of angels, which actually means millions of angels, behind him. He's got the called, chosen, and faithful behind him. We'll talk about that one later on. He's got, and he comes in the clouds Philippians 2:7, that everyone can see him, the whole world kneels, right? Like, every tongue will confess that Jesus is Lord. Come on, man. It's not even the same references. Secondly, we have people that will say that there is a spirit of Antichrist. Yes, there is a spirit of Antichrist. He's actually existed from the time of Christ, because after Jesus left, the spirit of Antichrist, that deception kind of spirit, has been here for a while, right? But it's not, which is 2 Thessalonians 2 through 12. But it's not here that the actual event dude doesn't show up. And so some people want to say, well, we have a beast system. No, this is as real as Solomon was, as real as Solomon was, as real as Paul, as real as James, John, Zechariah. Pick the dude you want to talk about. This guy, this prophetic future dude, is as real as any one of those, is talked about as much as any one person out there. Guys, you want to spiritualize it? Well, then you get to spiritualize all of Scripture. Why do you get to spiritualize all of Scripture? It says in, I want to say it's John 17:17, sanctify them in the word because your word is true. Like, why do you get to spiritualize the Scriptures? Don't do it. Let the word be the word. Okay? Stop spiritualizing it just because it makes it sensational for you. He is a man and he is coming. But I want to tell you something else. And I'm going to pull off the screen here for just a second. I have taught end time issues for a very, very long time frame. And in 2020, it made me pause. Now, most end time prophetic people didn't pause. It should have made them kind of pull back a little bit and say, man, what is going on? Because the world tried to make an antichrist occur. They tried to make the mark without the beast. What was that? The vaccine was a mark without the beast, right? They tried to make you take the vaccine with and make you go to stadiums, make you get on airplanes, make you have this little vaccine card that you couldn't get into different places. That's the mark without the beast. Yes, it was. Just like it says, there will be many antichrist, many many false prophets. They were trying to push their agenda and push it forward. It was a type of end time event. It was a type and model of this. And God said, no, we're not doing that. It should have made end time people, and if only a few have done this, pulled back and said, that is not biblical. Because what most people feel like is this. If you believe in a post-tribulation rapture of the church, you believe, or even a mid, you believe that at some point in time, whether if you don't believe that we're in the tribulation, which some of those people believe this, they would say, well, at some point in time, this cadre of people will raise up an antichrist, a dude or a group, but they will raise up an antichrist, if they're biblical, raise up a guy, and he will be that antichrist. If others who believe in a pre-tribulation rapture, they have said this. I used to believe this too, before COVID timeframes. I used to say there's a cadre of guys of secretive guys that will raise up an antichrist, a one guy, and they'll raise him up and he will become the antichrist. That's actually one of the postulates of the Left Behind series. And by the way, it's a postulate of many books that use this. And it's a very fun postulate that is brought out over and over again. And yet, that's not what that is not what happens in Revelation 6, verse 1. But let's back into those particular verses. Revelation 1, let's talk about how Revelation 1 through 3 talks of. And I want you to listen to how the ideas are. Revelation 1 through 3, and I'm an English major, so let me talk about how these are written. Revelation 1 through 3 has a verb tense of a future tense. It's very interesting. He's talking in the future. Because when John is talking about issues, he's talking about this will happen. He's looking at the future. Oops, sorry, let me just pull this off the screen. He's talking about the future. And he's using future tense issues, right? Because he's talking about what will happen. As soon as John transitions in Revelation 4, verse 1 into heaven, there's a very interesting transition. He says, and the Lord says, come up here. Whoop, boo, he goes right up there, which I believe is a type and shadow of the rapture of the bride. It's a type and shadow. He goes up into heaven. He changes his verb tensing to past tense. It is the very first understanding of going to our future. Today, right now, is January 24th, 2026. Now, you're not going to watch it on this date. You're going to watch it at some point in the future. But he writes Revelation 4 to Revelation 19 in a past tense because he's talking about it in the past tense. Now, let me explain what that means. If I pulled out any one of my fiction books, I've written 19 books. Some of them are fiction, some of them are nonfiction. In the nonfiction, or in the fiction books, you always write those fiction books as past tense. Why do you write them as past tense? It's because the reader sees it as a past tense. It is a common writing trick that you do. You always write it in the past tense. Okay? Because as the author, you're showing you have that omniscient viewpoint to explain what occurred, just how it works. Okay? And yet, what it's giving you as a clue is that in heaven, God has already seen everything that's ever happened. So John is outside of time and has already seen what's occurred. Oh, so cool, isn't that? Now, in Revelation 5, he talks about how the seals are rolled up in front of him. Oops, sorry, let me just pull it off there. He sees how the seals are rolled up, and then a whole bunch of people supposedly try to open up the seals. And he says like everyone in heaven, like it's like a strongman contest. Everyone in heaven, everyone in under heaven, and everyone on the earth, like in essence, try. I don't even know if John tries because he's the only one who's in the earth. If John even tries, I mean, so it indicates like No one has the ability. Who's under heaven, meaning in hell, who has the ability to do that? Satan. Why? Satan has access into heaven. Job 1 through 3, I believe it is, that he has access. He roams in front of the of the uh, of the seat before God, and he goes against the saints of the earth, right? He claims bad things against Job, right? And so he does this all the way through the people of God. He talks bad about the people of God. He claims bad things about us, right? Long story. We'll talk about that later. Now, so everyone has the ability to try, but no one can do it. So John burst into tears. Ah! And the angel goes, dude, the lamb who was slain is worthy to do it. Like, what are you doing? Stop. And then launches into this thing saying Christ introduces the Antichrist. It's the very next statement. And so I believe one thing. There is an absence of a statement. There is no one who has the ability to introduce the Antichrist. 0 people have the ability to introduce the Antichrist. This is incredibly important. Only Jesus introduces the Antichrist. Therefore, a cabal is deleted, I believe, in this time frame from 2020 to 2026, whatever time frame, whenever they get taken out. I believe the time frame they're going to be taken out because they're not allowed to do it. That's what this time frame is about, is them taken out so that only Jesus can introduce the Antichrist, because he has control, he has the authority to introduce the time frame. He is always in control of the actual time frame. He is the one that does it. Wow, isn't that cool? Okay. Now, Revelation 13, 1 through 3, and then 5 says the beast, which is the first beast, comes out of the sea, out of obscurity. Now, I believe that if we are certain number of years away from the Antichrist, let's say we're 3 to 5 years or 7 years away or whatever time frame, the Antichrist essentially is alive right now. Therefore, if you met him, if you knew him, he's not the, I mean, he has a personality, he has a body, soul, and spirit. Okay, maybe a dormant spirit, but he's not the most fun guy. He's not someone you want to spend time around. He's not a great guy. If you're a believer, you might like shrink away from him because you're like, oh, gross, right? But there is a first beast, which means a really gross thing, a really demonic spirit will come into him. So Jesus will introduce the Antichrist, or the Antichrist spirit in him. That first beast spirit will incarnate inside of him. That's not the Satan that will come into him. So I believe that there is the first spirit that comes into him and comes from out of the sea. So this guy comes out of obscurity, right? And so he comes in from out of obscurity. Then there is a set up 10 horns and 7 heads. These are 10 kingdoms and 7 rulers. And I don't really want to get into this because we could spend forever doing that. People have tried to figure out, it's the EU. Well, then, I don't believe that anymore. I don't see it anymore. We could spend time on it, but I think there'll be moving around. It could be any number of people out there to figure out who that is. There are, in Daniel, it shares with it the leopard is the fierce, stalk, patient, brutal. Then there's a bear one, the ferocity, opposite of the gospel of peace. The mouth of the lion, Jesus, and so this is who he is. He uses Christian words. The dragon, the devil authority, the power of the throne. Satan gives him the authority, but Jesus introduces him. So these are just the types and models. This guy is very well known by the word of God. It's very well told about. It also talks about him that he's wounded in his head in the middle of this time frame, but he's healed. And it will amaze the world. It's my postulation in that middle of the time frame when he's wounded that I believe that he'll have an ugly head wound, whatever that head wound is. Now, some people would say, he's healed and he'll be looking perfect. I have a funny feeling that ugly head wound will still look ugly in the second half of the tribulation. That it will still look massively ugly. He won't look pretty at all on that side of the head. When he looks one way, he'll have that really good looking side of him. When you look on the other side, it will look like a nasty wound. It'll look so deathly. You're like, I don't even know how he's alive. And I have a funny feeling that's what it's going to look like. That's just my feeling. I don't know. We'll see it from heaven. The Antichrist will have 42 months of authority before Satan comes in. So that's 3.5 years before Satan comes into his time. And when Satan comes in, that's hell on earth. We're going to get into that a little bit more. The Antichrist man to Satan's dwelling. So there's Revelation 12, verse 1 through 5, the Old Testament to the birth of Jesus. So here's what happens. When we get into this Antichrist man to this thing, so the Old Testament goes into there. We have the birth of Jesus, right? So this so amazing conversation that the Revelation 12, verse 1 through 5 gets into. Then it moves into the remnant. Now, there's a remnant of Jesus, of Christ that happens. The remnant, I believe, is the last third of Israelis. These are the people who are saved. They're Jews that they will come to Jesus. They move to Petra to be saved for the millennial reign of Christ, for that last 3.5 years. Then it says in Revelation 12, 7 and 8, there'll be a war in heaven, and they are kicked out, and they're proclaimed against Satan's demise. So there is a weird proclamation against Satan's demise. There's martyrs in heaven. They're known as the called. So there's a martyrdom that occurs. And Satan enters the beast. This is when the head wounds occurs. And then Satan chases that remnant for that last 3.5 years. And he will kill a huge portion of them until only the last third survives. So that's what he is doing in this time frame. Now, he's also going to kill some Christians in that time frame too. But his whole basic job is to kill off any of the Jews that are surviving in that time frame too. Okay, so let's talk about 2 Thessalonians 2, chapter 2. So verse 3, the day of the Lord can't come until the apostasy or the man of lawlessness is revealed. So, apostasy is a deflection of the truth or a following away. This also could be called harpazo. Harpazo is the other word that we call for a taking away. I want you to think about what taking away actually is. It's the other word that we call for rapture. Now, what I want you to think about, what you have to understand what harpazo is, and I'm going to pull this off the screen for a second. Harpazo is if you're playing chess and you're struggling in a chess game, like I used to do with my son, as he would be playing, and he just got so much better than me. I mean, really quick. And he's like quickly was so much better than me. And as soon as I would, and I'm kind of competitive, right? And he'd get better than me, and I would just start grabbing the pieces, and I would just grab the piece, and like as my little competitive self, and I'd grab it and pull it off the chessboard, right? And that's really what happens is you grab the piece. What harpazo means is you grab the piece and you pull it off the chessboard, and you're pulling it out of position. It's a kind of a violent thing. That's what rapture actually means. You're violently pulling it out of position. That's actually what happens in first Thessalonians 4:16. You're not just like gently like right? You're pulled out of your body, and it's like this boom, boom. That's why some people like use the little thing about your clothes being ripped away, and I know other the Left Behind series has your clothes all nicely folded in position. I'd say if your clothes actually don't like float away or float off, or maybe they're burned off, I don't know what it is, whether your clothes even fall down or whatever, but it ain't gonna be like folded in position. It's gonna be like whoo, they're gonna be gone, kind of thing, in essence. Okay. Revelation, actually, most people don't understand, it means apocalypto. It means to take off, cover, or disclose. So the man of lawlessness has to be disclosed, in essence, after the apostasia. A little interesting. Okay. Oops, sorry. Clicking on the wrong area. Verse 4. There's 3.5 years of the temple, or he exposes him to the worship. Exposes himself to the worship him as God. So he's in verse 4, it tells you in 2 Thessalonians chapter 2, Satan indwells himself because he wants to be worshipped as God. Verse 6, there's a current restraint that we have. We being here restrains himself. It means kachayeo, which means to hold down or withhold. It's very interesting. There is a friend of mine, and she has got it's called Oklahoma Doge. Okay, and I don't want to get off too hard on this one thing. She actually has a very interesting group, and in her group, she in her group, all she wants to have people do is go and take notes at these city council meetings. And she says, if you just take notes, she says, you don't have to say anything at these city council meetings. But what you do is that if they want to do fraud and all the gross things and the fraud things that they want to do, just by having you sitting there taking notes, it stops the fraudsters from doing anything in these city council meetings. You don't do anything. She goes, surprisingly, if you just have regular citizens just showing up at these meetings, they don't do the fraudster things at city council meetings. Now, I know that sounds really weird, but just by showing up, by being there, it withholds the capability of fraudsters from doing stuff. By turning on the light, it stops cockroaches from doing their stuff. And that's kind of what we do. I mean, as believers in Christ, we are withholding the capability of darkness, in essence. Now, we need to do a lot more than that. I would say we need to be doing a ton more than that. Now, in verse 7, it talks about the mystery of the man of lawlessness is already at work. Now, Satan's been doing this for a very long time. And when you understand their secret rites that they've been doing, this means the hidden works. If you study the Kabbalist works that they have been doing, that's what it means. These Kabbalah works that they've been doing for a very long time is that satanic works. So when you look at the words, actually, that's what it's talking about there. Verse 8, the destruction of the Antichrist comes by the breath of Jesus and the brightness of the coming. That's where it says, so beautiful. The false miracles means dynamis, which is where we get the word dynamite. Okay, the strength by explosive power. The signs means ceremonial marks. I don't believe that the mark of the beast is just gonna be like a little mark or a little thing, invisible thing. I believe that when they do the mark of the beast, they might actually have huge tattoos, just like when people like wear, their like hats, or they wear tattoos, or these huge tattoos, and they tattoo themselves. I think they're going to tattoo themselves, put massive tattoos and things like that to tattoo themselves to show that their loyalty is to the Antichrist. So that signs are everyone's going to do that, just like you would do to your baseball team, your football team, your basketball team. It's going to be shown that's who I'm loyal to. That's what signs actually means. It's a ceremonial mark. And the wonders is a portent, a miracle. So this going to comes with a false signs, a dynamic miracle sign. I mean, the ceremonial mark, and the omens, the portents, and the miracles that will come with it. There are going to be miracles that they're going to perform in front of people to mess with the minds. That's why so many will do the mark of the beast with that. The unrighteous deception will be available for him because they hate truth. And by the way, we're sort of seeing that today. That's why the mark of the beast isn't here yet, but we're seeing an unrighteous deception all around us here. So we're seeing the setup of that kind of stuff. And God sends a strong delusion. I'm telling you, we're already seeing some of that, but we will never understand how deep that delusion will be until the end times are there. There are 4 other types of Antichrist verses. So Daniel 9:27, it's a firm covenant for 7 years, broken by a middle section of a middle week, an abomination that causes desolation. Abomination means abomination, like a full-on destruction. And I mean, and when it means abomination in that temple, it means to do every gross sexual destruction, sacrificing of babies, bloody thing you could possibly do in that temple. Every gross thing you could possibly do, they will do it. Oops, sorry. Daniel 11, 37 through 38. God of our fathers, maybe Jew, means it might be Jewish, not God longed or godly longed for by women, which means that he might be homosexual, he might be trans, it might be anything. For other gods, he might have a propensity for other kinds of religions. I mean, this is why people go, is he homosexual? Is he trans? Is he could be anything, right? Matthew 24:5. The Antichrist comes on its own names for 2 reasons. 1, for Christians. 2, for satanic empowerment. Revelation 9:20, the Antichrist and the false prophet have to be alive all the way through the tribulation. That's why when I see people saying, it's this guy or that guy, I'm like, he's already dead. You can't have someone who's dead or, and these people have to be only revealed at the time of this point in time. So anyone is out there cannot be that person. Sorry. So now, if you've stuck with me this far, you now get to know the second seal, which is the red horse. Now, if you've stuck with me, do me a favor, just like and subscribe because it's really, really important to me. Okay, so the second seal of the tribulation. So the second horse is the red horse. Now, on the second horse, oops, sorry, I'm clicking on the wrong area. In verse 3 of chapter 6, beckoning means to come. So these are living creatures. So these are living creatures. Now they're spiritual creatures, obviously, with that. It's called the fiery red horse, empowered to remove the peace. So when there's obviously means that if there's removing the peace, there is a peace. So the Antichrist has a peace, which is a false peace. Now, when we have this peace, there is a peace that only is a very short time frame of peace that he has. So he's now removing the peace that comes. And this removing the peace, the people would slaughter one another. Now, when it says there's an interesting word, it says it comes with a large sword. This means mega machuria, which means from John's standpoint in 95 AD, a war which is beyond his own comprehension. Now, I want you to understand that before, and I'm a minor historian and in many ways, and so before World War I, they used to call wars, a war between. Sometimes they would call it War of the Roses, but it would be the English War or it would be the Revolutionary War. But essentially, the Revolutionary War was between America and Britain, or it'd be the Spanish-American War kind of thing. So you kind of had an idea, the Mexican-American War. You had an idea who it was against, right? The Civil War or any other kind of war. You had a clue it was, or Crimean War. There always were a few enemies, right? You could have maybe a couple people on one side or the other, right? But only in World War One, 1914. Now it's one of the strangest wars. If you really study World War One, you have Prince Ferdinand and his wife are killed in Sarajevo, and you have in Sarajevo in it doesn't make any sense why in 1914 you have in Czechoslovakia. What the heck why does it expand so dramatically? It's kind of a fake expansion of war. Now there's a lot of reasons that people want to talk about it, and I love getting into that war, but it expands so dramatically that Australia and America jumps into this war. And one of the things that most smart people realize is all wars are bankers' wars. Bankers love to get into the middle of these wars. But in John's time frame, in 95 AD, to say a mega war is a crazy concept because it never could make any sense. And so when John is intimating something as that kind of thing, it couldn't be imagined. That's how prophetic, how amazing. That's why you need to study end time prophecy. When you don't study end time prophecy, it makes no sense. You see, in Ezekiel 38:22, and I'm going to read it for you out loud. I'm going to do this. I'm doing this on my phone here. Sorry. We're going to flip over here. Ezekiel. I wasn't even thinking. Oops, that's Ezra. Why did I want to click on that one? Ezekiel 38, verse 22. I will execute judgment on him with a plague and bloodshed. I will pour out on him torrential rain, hailstone, fire, and brimstone on him, as well as his troops and the many peoples who are with him. Now, this is a conversation of God doing this upon um, Gog and Magog, and specifically Gog. Now, Gog is a character that will die at the end of this time frame, and and so when it says torrential rain, hailstone, fire, and brimstone, and people saw this of a time frame of like, why would you say that particular thing? I believe that is a real point of nuclear conversation because nothing is anything like that. And when you see those hailstone fire, if you study anything about nuclear issues, those are all of the characteristics of a torrential rain. It's so weird when you understand nuclear issue that there's a nuclear rain that comes around that. Um, that's why I believe that if you had when you study some of the issues of verse 4, how can you have a third of the planet that could die that quickly? And then when you see, butt up against it, the third and the fourth seal have the plagues of the plague, hyperinflation, famine, killing by the sword, the population. Sorry, not third of the planet, a quarter of the planet. That's later on is the third, but a quarter of the planet. You see, normally when you have that much death, it always comes with a war. It always comes with plague issues. In World War One, we also know that there is the Spanish death, or the plague death. Now that we know, we're pretty darn sure that it was planted at the time frame too, which is pretty sick as well. And and it was a vaccine that kind of comes as well, which is also a sick point too, which is a portent. That's why they called it World War One, was the war to end all wars. That was their viewpoint of that time frame. Sorry, pulling something else off of the screen here. Um, this is how deep the second seal is. Oops. This is going to be, and that's why some people, when they think of the first part of the first half of the tribulation, they kind of see it as a peaceful thing. And I'm like, dude, there's going to be nothing like this. This is World War II wrapped up in a very short time frame. How many people might die? Let's talk about that one. If there are 8 billion people that are alive today, um, I have a funny feeling that maybe a 500,000 Christians might leave in the rapture. Now, some people might disagree with me. Some people might think it's more than that. And the reason why I come up with that kind of number is, again, some people might have a higher number than that. Some people might have a lower number than that. But here's how I'm going to kind of give you an idea. There was a Barna survey that was done, several years ago. And it said that 10% um, of, of, this is Christian churches. These are evangelical churches. 10% of the people actually believed in the tenets of the word. And there are several points of tenets of the word that Jesus really rose from the dead, believed that the word really is true, on and on and on. And if there are 8 billion souls on the earth, that's around 800 million people. So let's just pull that number back just a hair and say there's maybe less than that. And so I'm just pulling back a number here. If 500 million Christians leave on the planet, that leaves you with 7.5 billion people, right? And so when we kind of pull that number over just a hair, that's 7.5 billion. Okay. So I want you to see how dramatic that number is. And again, I'm just rounding off the number. Now, some people will tell you that there's about 10 million that die in World War One. No, 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 no. 30 million die in World War One. World War Two, some people want to tell you about 40 or 50 million died. No, 70 million. The Soviets killed over from in the range of the 40s in through even through up through the 60s and 70s. They might have killed as many as 25 million people. Now that doesn't just include the Germans. Now they took over in the the first army division of the Germans. The Soviets took over. They those are the people that came into several areas. The first army division that was taken over around 43 or so were encapsulated, and that was probably about 1 million Germans. They took them in, and the ones that were left over, around 50 or 52, might have been a few thousand that were released back to the German people. Um, but Siberia is an area where they would just send political prisoners, and many of their greatest generals, they would just purge them. They just hated their own people. Stalin would die, and then they would have they would have just an absolute purging of different people many times over. So the Soviets would just kill off a huge number of people. Think about this. Abortion might kill as many as 260 million people. But I want you to understand what the second seal might kill off, just as a predicted possibility of numbers. 1.875 billion people, if we just take 25% that might be left over. It takes those numbers that are just scary numbers, of all of these numbers, no matter what you believe on abortion issues or any of those other kind of things, and just dwarfs all of them. 1.85, 1.875. And you think that the first half of the tribulation is relatively peaceful and calm? That is devastating to that. And it again, it's not just the war issues. It is war, famine, hyperinflation, all of that kind of stuff that happens. I want to show you some issue about Cabal Guidestones, and this kind of goes back to what we talked about here. And I want to use this one here because this isn't as good of a circumstance, because we're going to use the better situation. This is why I say, the Cabal issues are so gone here. Let me pull this up because I didn't load it up here. Let's pull this up here. Sorry, I have to load it up here. This was shown around 2023, I believe it was. This is in Georgia. Now, what are these? These are guide stones, and you go, what did I just see? In Georgia, there was these stones that were set up, and they were like Stonehenge, okay? And on them, cabal members have been put up there, and they basically said, we want to take the planet down to 500 million people. This is what they believed. And within one night, there's actually a picture, and we don't actually have this, but we have a picture that it went. There was a missile strike, and within one night, they actually took it away, and it's gone. It is completely gone. So this is why I'm telling you that the time frame of 2020 really kind of messes up most people's brains. I'm telling you, 2020 through 2026 is is a removal of the things that pull back the curtain of God. I'm telling you, the cabal is out of the way. God is going to be the one that Jesus specifically is going to be the one that will introduce the Antichrist. This is why there's a setup of issues. They wanted to introduce COVID. They wanted to be able to introduce the mark without the beast. They wanted to be able to not have the mark of the, or they wanted to have the mark without the beast. They didn't want to have the Antichrist. They wanted to hijack the word of God. And the answer is you don't get to do that. So the cabal is going to be out of the way, and the guide stones were part of the cabal issues. Go look up the guide stones that are in the Atlanta area or the Georgia area. It's fascinating how they're just gone like that. Okay, so let's bring this back up here on screen. Oops, it kind of lost my sharing there. Okay. Okay, so we're going to go back to the 7-year timeline because this kind of helps you to kind of look at this a little bit further again. I always kind of like going through this again. So again, we have the pre-tribulation rapture of the bride. We have the Ezekiel 38 and 39 war. We're not getting into that one because it's another kind of teaching. It's all on my channel. If you ever want to go to it, you go to drscottyoung.com. I have a teaching on that as well. The first seal is the Antichrist. He's revealed. The false prophet, the 144 Jewish evangelists. I talk about that in another way. There's a severe deception. The second seal, we just talked about that. The Antichrist dies and Satan revealed. Again, we'll talk about this later. The third is famine, hyperinflation. Third seal. Okay, let's talk about the third seal. Okay, so this is in chapter 6. This is the black horse. The third seal is the hyperinflation part. He has scales in his hand. So he's carrying these scales. And normally, scales is saying a fairness kind of thing. That's the first idea that comes out with that. In verse 6, it says massive inflation is the main foodstuffs that happens around the planet. Okay. Now, normally, when you blow up things around the world, one of the things that happened in the Soviet Union when the Germans decided to go into the Soviets, what they did, and they were kind of stupid on this issue. Okay, it was ridiculous what they did. What the Germans decided to do is they invaded, and I want to say in May of 41, no, June of 41. In, and they didn't learn from Napoleon's time frame. So they were on they had been bombing um in Operation Sea Lion. They had been bombing all of Britain. They had been bombing for them for a while, and they just gave up bombing Britain anymore, which is totally weird. So then they turned their attention, even though they had a treaty over Poland. So they just went right through Poland, and then right on the edge of Poland, they went into the Soviet Union and started to move through Russia very, very quickly. And so there's nothing really in the early phases, the early stages of the Soviet Union. The Soviet Union is not just Russia. It's there's so many different areas. Ukraine, all those, the Baltic areas, all those different nations. Okay. And so what the Soviets did is that they decided that they couldn't really, take on the first army group of the Germans because they came in with a blitzkrieg idea. So what the Soviets did is they gave up land, but what they did is they would burn it all. So the Germans had nothing left. So they and the Soviets were really disgusting in how they did this. So when they got to St. Petersburg, which was Stalingrad at the time, early it was called St. Petersburg, and later it would be called St. Petersburg. But Stalingrad, what they would do is they would at that big part, what they would do is they would just send in their own people. The Russians or the Soviets would send in their own people. They would have machine guns, so there was no turning back, and they would machine gun their own people. It's really sick. Millions upon millions of people died in Stalingrad, and they would just torch their own people. But always what happens in the same circumstance, again, is massive inflation because they would just burn the land around them. And so the Germans, as it would got colder and colder and colder in the Soviet Union, this happened the same thing with Napoleon, is that they had nothing left of foodstuffs. Oops, sorry, clicking on the wrong area. Now, it makes a really odd conversation of do not harm the olive oil and the wine. And why would you say that? It's because the luxuries of the super rich are not harmed in the end times. That actually occurs later on in the bowls, in the seven bowls. We'll talk about that later on. So the super rich are the only ones that are not harmed, but most of the rest of the planet, which means the poor, all the way even to some of the rich or the middle class. So don't think that you're going to get away from it. Only the super rich who are going to go underground, and that actually indicates those who are underground later on, they're going to ask for the rocks to fall on them. Okay. Now, from 2020 to 24, many have indicated we have seen the seals come to pass. And again, that's untrue. We could even say it to 2026. Again, we talked about this several times. Okay. Indicators of the IRS not taxing anymore, prices driven down. Okay. The Great Reset Kabbalists are trying to bring in the one world government, but that's not the case. Okay, we talked about this many times. Let's show you a couple interesting little videos here. Let's show you insulin prices. This is a funny thing, and Trump is actually changing some of this as we speak. Pull this off the screen.
It was going to cost me $619. It's a lot more than 65. Okay. I will. My insulin went from $60-something a month to over $600 a month. So I'm sitting behind Walgreens trying to figure out how I'm going to be diabetic now. Does this unite us? Is this the great America that's being fixed? I'm being impacted, I'll tell you that. And I'm very worried about the families that will not be able to come up with this money because their children are going to die and they're going to die.
And see, this is one of the things that happens when you get into a hyperinflation. But again, we're not there, okay? And I know people were dealing with this during 2020 through 2024. But again, we're not there yet. Okay. The economy has been dealt with.
Imagine you bought a car in 2021 for $50,000, but today it's only worth $30,000. And on top of that, you can no longer afford the $750 monthly payment. You can't sell it because you don't have the $20,000 due to being underwater, and you can't refi because of how significant interest rates have risen. What do? A lot of people are walking away. You're seeing a flood to the repo market, now an influx of used cars, and why the used car market is collapsing.
So this is one of the things that happens for a lot of people right now, that they're completely, we're seeing a collapse of a lot of markets. And see, some people, when end time people look at this, end time prophets look at this, they're like, oh, we're in the third and fourth, seal. We're not in the third and fourth seal. We're having a different kind of circumstance that's happening right now. So again, it gives you a false sense of where we are right now. Again, hold on, hold on. We'll explain that more. Okay. All right. So let's get into a little bit where we are. We're now going to transition and give you a little bit about the fourth and fifth seal. Oops, clicking on the wrong area. Okay. The pale green horse, Revelation 6 and 7. 6 verse 7. So the pale horse is called a chloros, chloroform. That's where we kind of get that idea. Means sickly. It's death and hell. Death and hell quickly follows right along. Obviously, when you get that one. So what happens is when you get like 1.875 billion killed, that's the third seal, and more specifics with that too. So we got it's real interesting where it talks about wild animals. Now, I remember when I was reading it when I first was studying this stuff, it didn't make sense to me. And this is where a lot of people look at it and they're like, wild animals. And I remember most people who looked at it, some end time people, when they first read it, they were like, maybe like bears would be tearing people up. And that's absolutely not the case. It's not the viewpoint of that. It really means um, it means about plague. It's the Thanos conversation, which means a violent separation. And I'm going to tell you, when you think about uh, the separation, the sickness that happens in the body, many sicknesses, COVID isn't that way. That's why COVID was a fake type of sickness. Now, you're going to get mad at me if some of you had issues with COVID. I would say that would relate it more to the vaccine issues than COVID ish than the real COVID points. Okay, vaccine did more to make you sick than the COVID really did. Okay, I'm not saying COVID. I mean, if you're older, COVID was probably worse for you, but COVID wasn't the issue in the same way that like Ebola was. So listen, it is nowhere near what you're going to see. But the wild animals is another way of talking about it. What is more plague related. Now we saw some of this same mentality that comes in this plague issue and wild animal is the sickness and the gross things that were happening in World War One, where we saw chemical warfare. That's that chloroform, that gross thing where they had, the green waves that would come over in World War One. That was just unbelievable things that they would do that would create really disgusting things that happened. And the scientists of the time frame were messing around with chemical warfare. Theron is a venomous beast. It was when you put together a plague and a wild beast. This is the first time that we see that warfare, that plague and the wild animal cluster together in that way. That's just the disgusting kind of thing that they do. And again, that's that first time. It's when Louis Pasteur puts together the studies that he's doing in the late the late 1800s, the 19th century, where he's studying that kind of thing. And we think of Louis Pasteur as doing some great work And I would say we miss the history that maybe he might have been doing. And so you might say, well, that's not the history I learned about. Well, you might be misunderstanding some of the stuff that was happening in microbiology. Microbiology was probably not as good as you think it was. Some of the diseases they were doing in a nefarious kind of way. Just gonna put it out there. And we could spend a lot of time on that one, but I don't really want to go there because that's how gross we're gonna see this down the road. We're gonna see the 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 chemical nature. If you watch any of those movies out there that talk about the gross things that they want to do and the violent ways that they want to send out the chemical warfare, you're gonna see it on full display in that time frame. I'll show you a little tiny video. This is some of the gross things that they were trying to put out there, and this is happening in China. Dragging people away. This is what they wanted to do. This is the fakeness of what they were trying to do. It was fake, gross things, because COVID was nowhere near this bad. And many of us looked at it and was like, this is nowhere near. This is how gross and stupid the whole thing was. And it was, and in essence, the COVID thing was just a trial run for how much they wanted to create. They wanted to create this kind of thing, and they were looking at how they were actually going to handle that kind of stuff. Okay. As we move forward, we're going to see the nature of the martyrs coming up. Now, this is an actual picture in World War II. This man here, this is the Japanese. If you surrendered during in internment camps, they looked at you as a weakling. And so you sat down, and normally it was a seppuku. They wanted you to impale yourself, and then they would chop off your head, but they didn't care about who you were. So they would just cut off your head. They had just had they didn't they thought of you as a moron or a sicko for even giving yourself up. Where we treated prisoners so much better, it was just a complete cultural difference, if we should say it that way. Oops, sorry, I'm clicking on the wrong area. So Revelation 6, 9 through 11, so many things happening. The fifth seal, the martyrs. The left and the writers of the Left Behind series, their characters show the martyrs, but how scripturally accurate are they? They were killed for the word. I would say that many of the martyrs in the Left Behind series, they were okay how they were claiming it, but I think that it's deeper in that level. When I wrote the series Foretold, I'm going to kind of lean over to this one here. So I'm going to bring this up here on the screen. I'll pull off of this one for a sec. Let's see here. I'm going to pull this off here on the screen, and we'll bring it up here in just a second. Sorry, it takes me a second to bring it back up here. And I'm going to show you something that is really powerful for me. This took me a very long time to build out this book series called Foretold. Okay, so let me show you this one here. Sorry to bring it up on the screen here. Paused it for a second. This is the Foretold series that you can kind of get this on Amazon. You can, Dr. Jeff Swanson and I did this book, and you can get it on Amazon, or you can get it, so you can get it right here. This is Foretold book series here. This is a really important book that I wrote with him. Anyway, the point is with Foretold is that in there we spent a lot of time working on this book series to try to give you a real clear understanding of what that book series was. Okay, so because the reality is that they're killed for the word of their testimony. It isn't just dying out there just to die. Okay, for all the people that you think of that they're dying, because a rock falls on them, or they die because of a bad situation. And again, that isn't a martyr. Okay, that now this person would necessarily, you might think of them being a martyr, but that isn't really. It's a martyr, maybe a martyr for their country, but that's a patriot. Okay, it's a different kind of thing. But what martyr is, specifically a martyr, is a very different thing. They're dying for the word of their testimony. They're killing because they claim Christ as their God. They're killed because they're carrying the word of God deep in their heart. That means there is a specific type of killing, and it's killed because they're dying of the seals or the trumpets or the bowls. Now, does it not mean that it's only related in this one time frame? I believe that there are people in the past who actually are martyrs all the way through to Stephen, and people even in the Old Testament. But Stephen would be, in the book of Acts, is the very first martyr for Christ. So in the book of Acts, it changes Paul's viewpoint. Stephen is killed for Christ, and he says, "I see Christ in the air." I mean, he sees him spiritually there, and he preaches the gospel. So that's really, just, we'll just say, potentially is the first martyr, right? And through the church age, Stephen maybe is the first one, right? Me pull this off the screen just for a second. I just want you to listen to me. So Stephen's the first martyr all the way through, maybe the last martyr. And they actually asked this question, when are you going to be done, God? And he goes, until the last martyr comes. And this is one of the interesting time frames. Even the martyrs go, when does this thing end? And here's where I want to pause with you just for a second, change into my foot position. People ask me this question all the time: when? When? And I mean, do you remember when you're a kid? And I mean, I'm talking about little, like 8 years old or something like that. And you really don't have a clue how long it's going to take. And you're driving from, I, I'm just going to give you an example. When I was a kid, we used to live south of Denver, right? And we drove from there to my 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 grandparents' house, on my mom's side, and they were like in Missouri area, right? So that's, what is that, like 7 hour drive or something to that effect. Um, it ain't that long, right? But it's in a Ford Granada, 1976 Ford Granada. We have the back seat, right? And I remember it was the red bucket seats. And my younger sister and I were in the red bucket seats. And if she was on my side, in the red bucket seats, I'm like, she's on my side. She's on my side. And after a while, we're like, when are we going to be there? And what's the only answer that you can tell 7 and 8 year olds? Soon. I mean, what? 6.8. And this is when you had the maps, right? It's I-70. There's only corn stalks all the way down there, right? You don't have any. They barely know how long it's going to take. I mean, they have a guesstimate, but they don't really know how long it's going to take. They don't even know if there's going to be a road slowdown, right? And can God sit there and tell you the winds or the house? We want to ask the winds and the house. He's never going to tell you the winds and the house. Ever. We ask end time people all the time, when and how, but the word never answers those two things. But the word does answer something very interesting. It does answer the why and the who. We're going to talk about those. But don't ask the winds. But guess who actually asked? And God says, hold on just a little bit. As the martyrs who are in heaven, they have given up everything for Christ. And you know what? He goes, it's okay. He respects them enough because they gave up everything for Christ. I can almost imagine that if anyone else who is out ever in heaven said anything, it's just like, sit down, right? Even if John said something, he just said sit down, right? John probably wouldn't even have the temerity, let's put it that word, right? The temerity to say, when. He would have said it. But the martyrs are going, those are your people dying for the word. But he's like, hold on, just a little bit longer until the number of the people are finished. Wow. Wow. Guys, hold on until the number is complete. And that's true today, just as true as it will be in the future. Okay. So let's transition into this next point. Okay, so let's drill down just a tad more. Now, let's focus down in the last portion of the tribulation, not because we're ignoring the other part, we're just trying to focus in a little bit more on this side of the ledger. Okay? So, oops, sorry, kind of clicking on the wrong side. I always kind of do that. The second half of the tribulation, this is when everything just goes to hell in a handbasket with that too. Okay. And hold on one second. And I had to pause it just right there just to kind of show you how much I've been thinking about these particular topics here. These are just a number of the books that I've done on this particular conversation. And just to give you an example of why I go on this and when I go into it. So give you an example. I'm not trying to sell books. I'm just trying to tell you, where what you can do about this. So Foretold Book 1 is a 250-page book that goes through the first half of the tribulation. And then Foretold Book 2 goes through the second half of the tribulation. Okay. And that's a fiction one. Then there's the one called Wedding of Jesus, that where I kind of differentiate out the sheep and the goats. So we get into that conversation. Rapture, could they be more than one? We talk a lot about the different parts of the who in there. Then how he lived an undead life. This one is in the second half of the tribulation. So when we get into this one, This is really about a guy that is living in the second half of the tribulation. And so he would be what we would commonly refer to is the called. And we're going to get into this a little bit further here. And so these are people who are going through the famine, the hyperinflation issues. That's why it's really every time I write a book, I have to live it. I have to live in that kind of moment, whether it is a fiction, which even gets me deeper into it. And so, this one book, How I Lived an Undead Life, I mean, it was all about smells, and my character was going back and forth, thinking back in the past. And every time he'd wake up, there was a smell he waked up, he awoke into. Um, he was awakened to. Sorry, I was saying it wrong. And it was the smell of blood or something kind of gross. And it was really a difficult one because I don't like horror kind of stuff, and that was a tough one to deal with. Okay. Um, Now on this back part of this one here, the false prophet. Now the mark of the beast doesn't necessarily show up until the now it doesn't mean it's not there, but the mark of the beast doesn't really happen until the tribulation temple is desecrated. The temple will be happening in the first half of the tribulation, but until it's desecrated, or the abomination that caused desolation or the desecration of the temple happens here in that middle portion, and the mark of the beast and the worship of the Antichrist happens in this time frame. So you have to not just get the mark of the beast. People always worry about just getting the mark of the beast. That isn't the only thing that happens. You have to worship the Antichrist. Okay. No, there is a point of hell on earth. And I mean, we talk about it, people talk about hell on earth. I mean, it's going to be like hell on earth. And they say it as a metaphor. It's not going to be a metaphor. It is going to be a true hell on earth. When Satan comes to live in this moment in time, you're going to, I mean, if you were here, which you're not, um, you would feel it. We are going to see it from heaven if we're actually watching in that way. I don't know if we're going to watch, but if we were watching it in heaven, we would see that kind of thing. It's going to be almost sickly fascinating. Now, the fourth seal is what we were talking about before. That would be that sick kind of portion of it. And the martyrs that happens, that fifth seal, those are the death of these people. And that would be, excuse me, the called. The seven trumpets start happening in that middle section. But see, the seals are still happening. The seven trumpets begin here. Okay. And the seven bowls happen here. And see, people go, wait a second, I've never heard it that way. Well, there's actually several people that start understanding the trumpets, the seals, and the bowls actually happen concurrently. Yep, they do. Okay. Now the two angels, or the angel and the two witnesses, are happen actually in the second half of the tribulation. Now, one thing that I had a lot of troubles with in the Left Behind series, listen, Left Behind series, some great fiction. It has actually decent theology overall. But one of the problems that happened is that they messed up on portions of the two witnesses, and we'll talk about those a little bit later on. But there's some areas that they messed up on, and it's the timing points that they came up with on this area here. We'll get into that, and the called we'll get into as well. Okay. And so there's that the World War II or World War III portion that comes in here. Okay. So let's talk about why the fourth and the fifth seal are so late. Now, in Revelation verse or chapter 6, verse 9, I saw under heaven, and it's saying there's a time dilation. And that this is where we get a dilation or a time delay. This is what gets so messy for some people when they look at um, when they look at trying to give the exact time frame. And really what John is doing is he's in heaven and he's trying to give an accurate depiction of everything. But the reality is it's never perfect. If you are in heaven and you're trying to give an example and you're a 95 AD creature, a man, how could you actually put it out there perfectly for people? And because in heaven everything is non-linear, perfect linear nature. Even though he's saying the fourth seal, the fifth seal, the first trumpet, excuse me, the first trumpet, the second trumpet, those are linear, but the things that are in heaven are non-linear. God doesn't live in a linear nature. And that becomes a little difficulty that happens. Luke 12:47 is a perfect explanation of this. So I want you to see this one here, and we're going to give you this exact verse here. I'm going to read this verse here for you. Okay. Luke 12:47. Okay. That slave who knew his master's will, didn't prepare himself or do it, will be severely beaten. Okay. Now, when you see this verse, most people just breeze by it. I never breeze by verses. When I read the Bible, I'm so slow, it's not even funny. Most people like see a whole chapter and they're breezing through it so fast. I have seen a woman who talks about end time issues, and I don't want to talk about her name, but when she went through Revelation chapter 9, and I saw her do it on her Rumble channel, and I was appalled by how quickly she moved through those verses. And I was like, this isn't a serious study, even though she does a whole book about the tribulation. And I'm like, that isn't even a serious study because I'm going to show you how deep this actual verse is. That slave, which means someone who's devoted to Jesus, knew his master's will. What does that mean? The master's will is apocalyptic or understands end time issues. Didn't prepare himself. This is another way of saying a prepper. And you go, what? This is someone who preps for activities. Knew his master's will, the apocalyptic nature. This is what it means, and didn't prepare. We never even had experienced anyone who ever did this until the last 40 to 60 years, more like the last 30 or 40 years. In the last 30 or 40 years, we had these people that we now call preppers. Now, when I started to do something in the last, it was about 15 years ago, I did these gun shows. In Tulsa, there are these gun shows that one is called, I'm blanking the name out. Well, there's a whole bunch of them, but there are these gun shows and they're huge in the Tulsa area. And the gun shows, you go there and you just meet unique, fun guys. I mean, these amazingly fun guys. They wear camo and they'll have their guns. They're all taped up, and 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 they will put in the stock of their gun. They'll have a little stick coming out of it, and they'll say, an AK-47 OBO, which means or best offer, of for a particular price, and they'll give a particular explanation of what that gun is or best offer, and I'm like, wow, it's like it is it's almost like another planet when you talk to these people, and at first I never experienced this group of people for the most part on a deep level, and I'm like, wow, this is a very unique kind of group of people. And these people know about end time issues that or they think about how the government is coming in on them. And this is pre 2020. And then after 2020, I mean, then very, very different kind of people with us. Then it says, but they didn't do it. What does that mean? It means that these are not believers at the beginning of the tribulation. It means that they didn't do the things that the master's will is about, that they didn't become believers at the time frame where they could have gone with Jesus. So fascinating. I also believe that this is a reference of people who could have gone up in the middle of the time frame. We'll talk about that in another time frame. And then they go through what's called severely beaten. When you look this up, it means polyscourged. It's severe persecution. It means martyrdom. It doesn't mean beaten in a way, oh, they're beaten pretty badly. It means beaten so badly that they die. This group of people who know their master's will, didn't prepare themselves, preppers, become believers and are become they become believers, and they're have go through severe persecution or polyscourged. These are this fascinating group, and I talk about them in much greater detail in How We Lived an Undead Life. I talk about them in a great detail in Foretold Book 2. And I also talk about them, obviously, in Tribulation. Okay. Revelation 17:14. Christ coming with his called, chosen, and faithful. It's if you read every single commentary says, well, that's just the church. And I go, well, wait a second. Called means kaleo, chosen means let's see here. Well, let's just go over to it. I'm gonna butcher it if I don't say it correctly here. 17 verse 14. He comes with his called. It's kletos, which is in chosen, ekletos, the elect or chosen with that too, and faithful, pistos. So the called are ones that are invited. These are saints. They are invited to this time frame. So these are three separate Greek words. This is like saying Larry, Curly, and Moe. Why would John use three separate words to describe three different groups of people? Why wouldn't he just say the church? He could easily use the church. In Revelation 1 through 3, he uses the church. He has the Greek word for church. But why use called, chosen, and faithful behind it? It's because these are three separate groups of people. I'm telling you, you cannot just run through these verses very quickly like most people like to do. Romans 8:28. Romans 8:28. And people use this verse all the time to just run through these verses and say, we know that all things work together for the good, or for those who love God, for those who are called according to his purpose. Kletos, invited, appointed. It means that you're appointed for a purpose. You're essentially set aside for a purpose. In essence, I want you to think about another way of think about it. You're appointed like you're called to the principal's office. It's another way of thinking about it. These people were appointed for a time frame. They were prepping, they didn't realize it, and they were prepping, but you know what? They weren't able to prep all the way through to the end of that time frame, but God called them to be the martyrs of a time frame. If you just paused for a second, God, we're not going to be in heaven looking down on them as the bride of Christ, going, you jerk, you idiot, why didn't you come to accept him earlier? We are going to be looking upon them, clapping and tearing up. We're going to be crying. We're going to have tears in our eyes. Just because they have a crown of righteousness that is gonna be, because we know they have done something we haven't done, because they're called with a purpose for Christ. They have something that no one can take away. They have a blood-filled robe we won't have as the bride. Matthew 22, 8 and 14. The banquet was ready. Those who were invited were not worthy. At the time they were invited, they weren't ready. They weren't worthy. Many were invited, but few are chosen. The few that are chosen are chosen to be the ones that come to the wedding feast. There are people who are invited to come to the wedding feast. Those are the people that come in the middle of the time frame. That's another conversation for a different time frame. But there are many people who are invited. Invited are the called. They were invited for that time frame, but they didn't. They weren't ready. They weren't ready. That's okay. Their time frame was to be called for a purpose. Now, listen, brothers and sisters, if you are sitting there saying, you know someone, I'm going to pull this off the screen for a second. You know someone who's a prepper, sort of knows about God, and you've been like looking at him like, I don't understand why you don't know. Why don't you come to Christ? I'm telling you, I see people all the time who are just so frustrated with family members. And you know, sometimes they're going to need more evidence. In my book, in our Jeff and I's book, Foretold Book 2, these people are going to need more time to figure it out. And I don't get mad about it. God is just going to spend more time coming and calling them. There are other people in the first book that are the chosen that they just needed something else. They come in that first half of the tribulation. These are people that needed to come to the wedding banquet, the wedding feast. They come for the wedding feast. And I talk about this in another way, but these other people are coming for the martyrdom. They're called for a purpose. There's a reason. And if you get too bothered with that circumstance, you might have family and friends that you're frustrated with. And I just go, guys, sometimes some of your family and friends and your cousins might be a part of that. But on the back end of this, when you're sitting in the millennial reign, when you're sitting around a campfire in the millennial reign, you won't be upset about it. You won't. The kaleo are bidden out, are brought out. These people will see the mark of the beast and they will die. They will die around it. They will die because they will not take it. We won't even have it, and shoved in our face, but they won't. They'll die and they will scream about it. Man. So that time frame is, and we'll just move a little bit forward to it. The second seal, we have the World War III. The third seal, the famine, the hyperinflation. I'm sorry, I'm a little choked up here. The pale horse. A quarter of the earth die here at this pale horse. The martyrs that are dying, the called. Then we're going to transition to the trumpets. The first trumpet is the hail and the fire of the third of the earth. The second trumpet is the comet with the volcanic tsunami, a third of the sea. The third trumpet is the meteor with a third of the waters, of the fresh waters that will turn bitter. And then, like I said, hell on earth. And then the seven bowls. Okay. The trumpets and not the seals. So we're going to address the 6 and 7. We'll deal with the 6 and 7 trumpet. They're at the end of the tribulation. We'll talk about them later on because there's an interim time frame that are later on. Okay. The trumpets start at the middle part of the tribulation. We talked about this a little bit. Now, Erwin Baxter, actually, I was in the middle of this book. I will tell you, every once in a while, you can use AI for something. And I remember probably 6 or 7 years ago, I moved into this house and I had these two whiteboards. They're sitting over here. They're like $45 whiteboards I bought at a place, and I'm putting them up on the wall. And I'm listening to Tim LaHaye, and I knew it was Tim LaHaye, and I had this. It was a YouTube channel, and they were on TBN, and I could not remember who the other guy was. And I knew he was an end time guy, and I knew he talked about post-trib rapture, and they had Tim LaHaye, who was the pre-trib rapture, and they were it was on TBN. It went on for like an hour. And I'm sitting there going, I cannot remember what's the guy's name. And so I'm asking Grok, and I'm like, okay, so he's post-tribber, and this is Tim LaHaye within, pre-tribber. And I'm going to tell you, Grok was going, I'm like, no, it's not him. No, it's not him. He was going back and forth. Like, is it him? No, it's not him. No, it's not him. And I'm just arguing with Grok on this one, right? Back and forth. No, it's not him. And we finally get, yes, It's Irwin Baxter. What I didn't realize is Irwin Baxter died probably about 3 years ago. Now, Irwin Baxter was the first one that actually had a viewpoint of that the seals, trumpets, and bowls actually are concurrent, while Tim LaHaye thought that they were separated, and Irwin Baxter really had a very good viewpoint. And so and this is why when we step back and we get all angry about our pre-trib and post-trib kind of stuff, and we get so angry about that, I would say, and you don't pause and listen to the arguments within it, you mess up. You mess up. Okay. Okay. So the first trumpet, the angels are blowing. So the angels are doing the job of explaining this. This is where they change from this. See, Jesus opens the seals, and each one of the seals are opened up. Sorry, I'm taking a little more peppermint. Okay. So the angel opens up in verse 8, verse 7. So the angels blow. So these are coming in the middle of the tribulation. The two witnesses are discussed later. We'll talk about them in a little bit. Okay, so hail and fire, and I want you to think about storm clouds. Today it's snowing pretty hard in Tulsa area. I grew up in the Colorado area, so it's not the same kind of snow kind of thing I'm used to, but pretty good snow today. But think about hail and fire. I don't know if I could ever imagine anything like that kind of thing. That's what's going on. It's going to hit the planet. So hail comes down and then burst into fire. It is a mixture of blood. So blood is going to, when it happens that way, blood represents the sin that is committed by the people on the planet. That's why I'm trying to tell you there's nothing like this. Even though it's fire that's coming out, there is a blood that comes out. Think about the smell along with the fire. How disgusting it will smell. You're not going to want to eat if you were here. Nothing is going to taste good. 1/3 of the earth is going to burn. I mean, 1/3 of the trees are going to burn, but probably the grass as well is going to burn as well. It's so gross. The growing seasons are going to be completely messed up. And when you do that, not only have you seen, and this is also part and parcel to how many people are dying, and this is in the same kind of time frame as the seals. So when you have the seals going on, think that this is also going on, and it might also affect one another. They're happening in concert with one another. So the fruit trees are growing or losing their abilities, right? So all the green grass is also burned. So maybe the crops for that particular season is just gone. And when you have the grass gone and you got blood on the crops, maybe the next couple seasons don't even grow, or the season after, and you're only in the last 3.5 years. I mean, what's going to occur for those seasons? I don't have a clue. Not long after that, you got the second trumpet. It says something like a great mountain ablaze with fire was hurled to the sea. So is that some type of comet? So a third of the sea becomes blood. A third of the living creatures die, and a third of the ships destroyed. Can you imagine a third of all the ships are destroyed? I mean, If you have a third of the sea is turned to blood, the ships are going to be gummed up. And I don't even know how, if that's even the right word for gum with blood, but just completely destroyed in capabilities. I mean, John doesn't even know how to explain a comet in that way in 95 AD. I mean, a mountain ablaze, that's probably like what it would be. But again, we have the blood, concomitant component here too. How does blood come into that? I have no idea. So we have a third conversation here. Again, this isn't the whole wiping that you will see in this. These are separate components. We only get a third of these kinds of things. That is very different from the bowls that will happen later on. When those happen, it's like whoosh, everything's gone. Okay. So if it happens in the Pacific or in the Atlantic, it just will take out the whole ocean. So if it happens in the Atlantic, just forget about it. I mean, the whole Atlantic is gone. And so if just think about if it happens in the Atlantic. So with the UK, Greenland, Florida, New York, I mean, the eastern seaboard of America, all the way through Europe, I mean, forget about it. Nothing's left. No one that has the capability of doing anything. I would also believe that there would be a volcanic ash, especially if you have a mountain ablaze. You would have a tsunami there with some level of volcanic ash that would probably come in. I mean, I don't even know how I could actually explain that kind of thing. The oceanic destruction would make the shipping unpassable in that area, so you wouldn't even be able to go through. So if it's in the Atlantic Ocean, would you be able to even go through the Panama Canal to make it to the Pacific? I have no idea. Hundreds of millions of people would just completely be devastated and die. I mean, whole nations would cease to exist. If you're talking about the UK, again, we're just talking about the Atlantic. Just say for the heck of it, it's the Atlantic Ocean, and the UK, Denmark, France, eastern seaboard of America to Canada to Greenland to the I mean, to Brazil, to Venezuela, to Mexico. I mean, to all these nations are just gone, just done. Does it infect all the way around? The Cape of um, South Africa. I mean, I don't know. Then we get to the third trumpet, a great star, a torch, a third of the rivers, and a third of the streams. So we have wormwood, a bitter, and then it talks about people dying again. This is a meteor that devastates the planet. I mean, if it and this one I'm just saying, what if it hits in Asia or Africa? Now again, we have the same thing of one third of this area that hits. And 14 different times the word uses the same thing of third. And when you talk about a third, it is always a conversation of judgment. So for instance, in Revelation 12, it uses a third of the angels. Third, again, is always judgment points. So if you just used the same thing of Asia kind of thing, in Asia or Africa, there's the Ganges River, which is India, Nepal, Bangladesh, China that feeds hundreds of millions of people. What if it hits in that particular river and wormwood that would fall upon it? You would have, these little things that hit into it. It would just devastate the particular planet. You would see just a complete change. And that's when you say climate crisis, right? I mean, forget about the climate crisis that people want to talk about. It's an instantaneous level of climate crisis that goes on. That's where we see, I mean, it changes the whole conversation through and through. Sorry, we had a little error there. So how can you understand this as we go along here? Again, this is why you want to get the Tribulation book. This is why you want to kind of go through it. We're going to do a lot of fun things together to be able to understand it. And that's why you also want to get that wall, the Tribulation background, the wallpaper kind of thing, to kind of move through it. Okay. So let's go back through, into the two witnesses. And this is where it kind of gets a little confusing because then people kind of go, why does like tribulation, I mean, why does Revelation kind of go back and forth over these kind of areas? Well, this is what it does. Okay. So it goes non-linear when it gets over to this area. Sometimes it feels like God gets a little confusing because John like he's seeing things. It's like he's standing, like he goes back and then he's going forward and then he goes back and then he's going forward. And it's and I would say it's because he's messing with Satan as much as he's trying to not tell you the wins. I know you want to hear the wins. And I would say to you, every time you hear people talk about the win, turn them off. Do not listen to people who tell you the win of end time prophecy. They are liars. No one knows the win. Okay? The whole chapter on this particular chapter talks about the rise, the death, and the resurrection with this thing too. Each time John focuses on this in chapter 11, he's shifting back and forth, and we're gonna talk about the fifth seal in just a little bit. But this is in this fifth seal, and chapter 11 is no different. There's a guiding angels that direct John, through the holy temple with this kind of thing. And he gives him a measuring stick. And there's this weird measuring stick. You're like, why are you getting a measuring stick? Because he's trying to give him a clue about prophetic timing, and he's kind of saying, like, measure this thing out. And so it's, but you kind of go, why are you measuring this thing out? I think he's kind of keeping him grounded in some sense with that too. So let's talk about those clues in verse 3 and 5. First off, they're in sackcloth. Now, when you see these two witnesses, they're in sackcloth. Sackcloth. It signifies that they're in crisis, that not just they, but that they're representing the crisis of the world, and that the Jews need to have, they need to come to great repentance. Now, many people, people talk about the Ashkenazi Jews, and there are some people and who are very awakened people get really upset about this. Do not do that kind of thing. There are some ugly Jewish people. There are some, what we're talking about There, that are cabal. What we're talking about, these are, people who are really beaten up Jewish people at this point in time. These are good people, but again, they have not turned to the Lord yet. But they are running for their lives at this point in time. Okay, but they have not turned to the Lord yet. But they're telling you, I mean, the two witnesses are going, and they're there for them specifically. They're out there to try to tell them. Now, it doesn't mean that they're not, you know, screaming to the other people at the last 3.5 years. Hey, man, turn to God as well. So they're not. It's not saying that to the other potential saints at that time frame, turn to God, but the focus is on the Jews. And secondly, prophecy, they're prophesying with great amount of power. No one can kill them. Their judgment level is an incredible amount of judgment that they have. I mean, then they make a judgment, boom, it happens. And so what happens is the Antichrist brings his focus upon them when the focus could be on some parts of the world. And so that's actually on purpose with that too. Okay. So the two witnesses, I believe, is Enoch and Elijah. Now, some people will say it's a little differently, and some people put Moses in there. And here's why I would say it's Enoch and Elijah, because Enoch and Elijah never died. Enoch and Elijah called down judgment. When you read the book of Enoch, which is not biblical, but it is an extra biblical point, it is talked about in Jude as an extra biblical conversation. But in Enoch and in Elijah, both of them called down judgment. Now, Moses did too, don't get me wrong, but Enoch called down Elijah, but neither one of them died as well. In Hebrews 9:27, it says that you live once and then you're on to judgment, or into your decision phase. And that is really important. Okay. So when we talk about what we're supposed to be looking at, this is why Moses died and was buried upon Mount Sinai. So I would say Moses isn't the candidate with it too. And these two bring down many plagues upon the land. Some prophets limit their effect, but in verse 6, it talks about these earth, okay, should refer to the entire earth. It's not talking about the land, like in front of them, like Israel. It's talking about the whole earth. And so when they say it, it is happening. And I believe that they're actually, when they say something, it calls the angels forward to do that job. So they actually, I think that they say something, and then the trumpets actually come because of the angels. It's fascinating. It's possible that they are the ones that say something and then the angels do it. It doesn't say that exactly, but they're there at the same exact time frame of the angels. Now, let's move into the witnesses in their time frame. And this is where we're going to get into time frame exactly with that too. So here we go into the martyrdom of this. A Revelation 11 verse 7, they're finished with their testimony. So they do die. And only Antichrist can kill them. But he only kills them at the right time frame. They lie on the streets for 3.5 days. They have a very short time span. You cannot have them for the whole 7-year time span. See, some people call themselves two witnesses, and I'm like, you're not part of the two witnesses. You have only 3.5 years to bring them on. You cannot bring them on the first 3.5 years. You can't, if you want to have them on for a particular viewpoint of time frame, they're about judgment. So it's the best time to bring them on is the second 3.5 years. That's why it's easier to put them in to the second half of the tribulation. But they lie in the streets for 3.5 days. Verse 8 says, brings into remembrance of Sodom and Egypt for judgment. That's why it's easier to put them in. Their death comes in the last 3.5 or the last 10-day time frame. The nations of the world begin to give gifts. I mean, it's kind of like a Christmas time for the circumstance. It's a very strange. I don't think it's Christmas at that moment in time, but it's very weird because no time frame we've ever seen mirrors that moment in time. Does it happen at Christmas time? Maybe I don't really know, but wouldn't it be interesting if it was at Christmas time when the Antichrist kills them? I mean, that would be kind of cool. But I'm not really predicting that kind of moment in time. I just think it's fascinating that no other time in Scripture do they talk about giving gifts, and no one really gives gifts throughout the world for that circumstance. It's not really ever talked about in ancient time frames, that as far as I know. That. And after their resurrection, the second woe of a local earthquake occurs. And we'll talk about a huge local earthquake. Now, this local earthquake, actually, it's not the big earthquake that you think of, but this local earthquake is 6,000 people in Jerusalem die. This is not the great earthquake, but this is a local earthquake that happens. And so a tenth of the people, or sorry, 7,000 people die. A tenth of the city is destroyed and 7,000 people die. Again, not the big one, but just a small portion. Okay, so now let's go backward and I'm going to add a couple bits of detail in here. So we have the Ezekiel 38 and 39 war, the pre-tribulation rapture of the bride. But let me show you a couple things. If you are the rapture of the bride, your whole point is to go up and be part of the wedding ceremony. And by the way, I've just decided to. And by the way, some in different shirt. This is the next day. So today is the 25th. Because I couldn't do this all in one sitting, but I paused the recording so that I could be able to do this because my voice would have cut off. I done this all at once. But I want you to be able to have this in one full recording. But I've also decided there is a set of PowerPoints that I'm going to do. Let me kind of give you an idea. Um, there are things like the bride, the 144,000, the call, the remnant, the sheep, the goats, the friends, and even something called the cabal. And I want to do that. They're called the groups, and it's part of the tribulation book. And so I want to do a whole video just upon that. That'll be a secondary video that does relate and is in the book. Okay, so that'll be a secondary one video itself. Okay. So when you're in heaven, your job is to have the wedding ceremony. This actually is in Revelation 4 and 5. And so you're fulfilling John 7. You're fulfilling so many different parts of Scripture. You're actually fulfilling the very first miracle of God or of Jesus, where he does turns the water into wine. The reason why he goes into he goes and changes the water into wine, and Mary, his mother, says, "Can you do this miracle?" And he says to her a very odd statement. He goes, "Why do you ask me to do this so early?" He isn't talking about his earthly ministry. He's sort of meaning it that way, but he's giving a reference to this. So cool. And then our second point that happens out there, our second point that comes in is the wedding feast. The wedding feast happens around the middle time frame of this. And we'll show you more about that here in just a minute. So the wedding feast normally happens in the middle of a 7-day time frame or a 7-year time frame. Because remember, when we're in heaven, we're not going to perceive time in the same way that people on the earth perceive it. Okay. So on the bottom of the time frame, you notice it's in purple. So we're living with two different ways of kind of sitting with it. So the 144,000, which are young Jewish men who've never had sex with a woman, they become the very first believers in Christ. But they're young Jewish men. Their whole job is to bring on these non-Jewish people or saints. It's called hagios. If you notice that in Revelation 1 through 3, it calls them the church. Okay. And then it changes from verse 4 or chapter 4 through chapter 19. It calls them the saints or the hagios. So why would it change from the church to the saints? It's because it's a different group of people that come at the different time frame. It's a clue in John's writing with that too, because the 144,000 are trying to give you. Sorry, I spit on the screen. What an idiot. Okay, if the 144,000 are bringing on, and their whole job is to bring on these people to be the chosen or the guest at the wedding. This is comes in Matthew 22, 1 through 13. And their whole job is to go up and see and sit at the wedding feast. You have to have people that show up at the wedding and stand there. You remember the people that were at the wedding, that very first wedding that Jesus was at, and they were dancing and celebrating, and they were drinking the wine. That's the representation of the chosen. Really, really cool. And that's also the representation that Jesus is talking about in Matthew 22, 1 through 13. The secondary group that never come to the wedding, Matthew 22, 1 through 13, it says they were invited to the wedding, but they didn't want to come. Oh my gosh, it's so amazing, right? But they actually were invited to the wedding, but they didn't want to come. But they will actually go up in what's called the pre-wrath rapture, which happens, or what other people will call the wrath or the post-tribulation rapture. That's why there are actually three separate rapture points. And people go, "What? What?" Yes, it doesn't mean that I'm separating groups. When people come to Christ before the tribulation, they will go up as the bride. There's a totally different reason for them. These people come to Christ, and all of these people, including the 144,000, boom, go up here. And then these people live through this time frame. They will die for, many of them will die for Christ and be martyrs, but a few of them will go up in Rosh Hashanah. It's a whole different kind of thing. That comes in Revelation 14, 16 and 14, 14, 14. Jesus comes with a sickle in his hand, taking the grapes. It's a whole point of that. Okay. The two witnesses come in the second half of the tribulation. They come and they stay for 3.5 years and they die, and then they're taken up and they're watched in front of everyone else out there. Okay, the first seal is the Antichrist, and then the mark is required, really required. Doesn't mean that you couldn't get the mark of the beast in this time frame, but it's required in this basic time frame of the second half of the tribulation. And then we talked about this over and over again. There's a hell on earth. Now, the seven seals start here. And again, the seven trumpets are happening concurrently with the seals, and the seven bowls in green are happening at the last. Now some people disagree with me. Dr. Jeff Swanson disagrees with me. He kind of thinks that they're happening the last month. I'm more of they're happening more in the last week, 10 days. I'm okay if they're, what's a month versus a couple week and a half? Not a big difference, right? So not a big deal with that. Okay, let's move in to the mark, or the mark of the beast, and the zombie trumpet. And you're going to go, what? I never heard the zombie trumpet. Well, you're not going to hear about it now, because it's one of my favorite areas with that too. Okay, so let's back up. We talked about the rapture of the bride, right? The Ezekiel 38 and 39 war. Okay, the first seal, got that one, got it. The false prophet, I put it up here on the top here. His job, his whole job is to create the image of the beast. And then he requires the mark of the beast, which is worship. Now, I want to back off here, and I just want to pause for half a second. So I had this dude on Twitter. I still call it Twitter, guys. I'm sorry, but I can't call it X because it's just dumb to me. So forgive me. I don't know what there is to forgive, but whatever. So this guy was like, have you read Revelation 13:18? Yeah. If anyone has wisdom, let him calculate the number of the beast. His number is man. His number is 666. And he goes, well, correct. And I said, okay, but have you read Revelation 13:1? And this guy's a pastor. And I was like, I want you to pause for a second. We first have the Antichrist, which is the first beast that comes in obscurity. He comes in from the sand. And then the second beast is the false prophet, which is another character who is a spirit beast. So it's a guy, but he has a spirit that comes in on him, just like the Antichrist. But obviously, he's subservient underneath the Antichrist. Now, the false prophet is a religious figure. He definitely will be a religious figure, but this guy is a devious, ugly, um, a disgusting kind of person. I believe, and we'll talk about the goats in another time frame. And I sort of brought them up, but goats are false teachers. But I believe he is the top of false teachers. He's so disgusting. False teachers, when you read them in scripture, you're going to find out that they're all about sex. False teachers always are about sex. Have you noticed that top false teachers always fall to sex? They have sexual stuff that goes on around them. And by the way, if you look up every single time, you see false teachers that fall in the church, they always fall to sexual temptation. By the way, it's the number one thing for teachers to fall to, even legitimate teachers, legitimate prophets. It's the inroad. It's the one area that teachers need to be careful about. Okay? It's something that you have to pray over teachers, including me, right? That sexual inroad that you have to do. Pastors, teachers, prophets, you have to pray over all teachers and prophets and pastors and leaders, because that's the way that Satan wants to come in on them. Okay. And then it goes to the image of the beast, which comes to the mark. I mean, the image of the beast, which gets us to the mark. And then there's a worship component of that. And I said, before we ever get to that kind of thing. And the guy was like, whoa, okay. All right. Then, but see, there is an absolute order to this in this kind of realm. Oops, sorry. I was click on the wrong area. So around that same time frame, we have World War III, the second seal, and then we have that third seal. So during this time frame, there's some chaotic things that are going to make people go, if I don't get the mark of the beast, I'm not going to be able to eat. There's a reason. It's not just like if you don't get it, you see this is why the COVID thing didn't work. This is why when the cabal tried to bring on the COVID thing, like you can't go to a football game if you don't show your COVID card. You can't get on an airplane because people were like, "Well, screw that. I'll just drive to the place." Like, right? I mean, do you see what I'm saying? They're just like, "I'm not doing that. I'll just drive, or I'll skip the stupid football game. I'll skip football altogether, whatever it is, right?" And my point is that it didn't matter enough to them. But if you can't eat and you can't buy anything, because that's what it says, you can't buy or sell anything. We can't buy or sell anything because all of the monetary system is based upon the capability of doing any kind of thing. So will they have to barter with one another? I mean, will there be enough people to barter with at that point in time? Because everyone's dying in that thing, and you have, a quarter of the planet dying in this time frame. Will there be trash service and water, or will you be living in the same home? I mean, there is really going to be a lot of problems, and so people will just give up their right, and they go, "Fine, I'll worship." This is going to be a big deal. And death follows along with it, which is quarter, excuse me, a quarter of the planet. And then we have, the martyr of the seal, the fifth seal, which is the martyrs. This is what's happening. That happens sits atop of the mark of the beast. This is why these things are integral to the mark issue. Okay, so the 144,000 come in underneath this point. There's a severe deception that comes in, and if the severe, that's why people talk to me and go, "There's a severe deception right now," and I'm going, "You haven't seen a severe deception that will accomplish in the world like will happen with the mark of the beast." You think AI, artificial intelligence, is a severe deception now? You haven't seen it. Satan has to be seen as God. There will be so many miracle things that will freak people out. That make people like go, "He's got to be God. That has got to be the only God out there." And then he will be showing, if you don't follow me, I'm going to bring down hail and fire, and I'm going to burn your land. I'm going to have a comet with volcanic ash and a tsunami. I'm going to do a meteor with bitter water. On top of all this stuff that's already going on. If you don't get the mark of the beast, he's going to act like he called it forth, even though he doesn't have any control over it. And that's going to be some of the stuff that's happening. In the third trumpet, there's a third of the darkening of the planet with another comet. You think the growing season is going to be bad with these suckers? Then a third of the planet is darkened and the growing season's turned off. And then the fifth trumpet is this curse of the mark of the beast. And you're going, "Okay, man, what?" That's why I can't really, it's hard to put it all on the same screen. I mean, people go, "Can you make a thing that has everything on there?" No, it's not that easy. Okay. If we take the Antichrist and we talk about him before the tribulation, then we have to bring him on after. So the guy's there, and if you were like friendly with him or you knew about him, and and you knew of him, he might say, well, he's a pretty good guy. Or maybe you say, well, wouldn't want to be around him. He is going to be ultimately evil as soon as he gets this. Because now he doesn't just have his body, soul, and spirit, he's added another spirit inside of him that is a warring spirit that is worse than any other spirit that the world has ever seen. And then the false prophet adds another spirit that the planet's never seen anything like these two doing this thing. The planet 0 times in history has ever seen anything like these two showing up on the planet, killing off 1.87 billion people. We've never experienced anything like that. Then they bring on this image of the beast. And I'm telling you, this is the first time where AI is ever, it's the perfect understanding of AI. People want to say, and Revelation does this beautifully. It is an ability for something inanimate to become animate. That is the one idea. And this is where I did this in one of my books. You can read this. I don't have it out here right now, but it it talks about my character actually talks about building a program to be able to make something animate in this way. And he built a program for the false prophet to become this thing that animates throughout with an AI. This is why I believe AI is going to be created to create the image of the beast. So there is a worship component with the mark of the beast. So you just can't get it. You have to worship him. And right now we have Muslims that worship Satan or worship Islam 5 times a day. Would they take over the same kind of worship component? Yeah, they might. In essence, it's a contractual agreement with Satan. We're going to talk about that a little bit deeper. And then they have the mark application. It's like they're going to go to the title company, like you're buying a house and you're signing an agreement, but you're signing it in blood. I'm going to show you kind of what that means here in a second. Okay, so as I started to look at this ownership point, it 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 was it was more of the powerful area that I never saw before, and it really startled me. So in Hollywood, they love using 666. They love using 333, 33, 333, which or 33, and then they'll do which is 6. They love using the numerology because they're really Satanist in every way. They like to do this. Well, let me show you a little bit about this. What 666 does is, first off, when Jesus, when we bow down to Jesus and when we give our lives to Jesus, he is purchasing our sin. He purchased the sin of everyone. Let me back up and say that in a little different way. Many people miss a point, and Romans explains explains this. See, some people believe that that Jesus came to the planet and only purchased the sin of those who believed. And that is so ridiculous. It's not funny. So I was born in 1966. And Jesus died in 33 AD. He was born in 3 BC. Jesus actually died at 35 and a half years old, which is so fascinating. Most people don't realize. So Jesus died in April 3rd, 33 AD. So he was born in 911 3 BC. One of the most powerful, interesting dates. It's actually Rosh Hashanah, the coronation of the king, 911 3 BC. Now, to us, we go 911, 911. Wow, that's an interesting date. Really interesting point. Now, the coronation of the king is when he's born. He dies on he dies at the dies and buries and on the Passover. Obviously, it's a Passover kind of thing because the sin is passed over the land. So it really, really powerful, points there. But what people miss is that Romans tells us very clearly that he died for all of human sin. And in Revelation 13:8, he said, before the foundation of the earth, the Lamb was slain. Before anything ever occurred. That's why you got to read Revelation too. Revelation tells us this. Before anything ever happened, before Adam did anything, before the stars were formed, Jesus in the spirit realm died. Before Jesus showed up on the planet 911 3 BC, he actually had died. What? He had to physically do the job in the flesh in April 3rd, 33 BC. And I know you're going, why are you talking about this? Because it's so important. It's the contractual relationship. So he sealed the point and he killed sin for all time. Your job is to agree with the sin relationship. So what you do is that you either agree with that and sign your contract with Jesus, or you don't. Now, let me back up here just a half hair. Now, let's give it to you in another way. Let's say two people, let's even give it a better way. Let's say two brothers who are estranged from one another. Both have an inheritance of $10 million. Both brothers don't, one brother, the second brother, has not spent any time around his other brother or the father, and frankly is just so far gone. He's not a bad man, but he just couldn't stand either one of them, and doesn't even know that his father died. And they both have coming to them $10 million. Now, all they have to do is go down to the courthouse, sign the documentation, blah, blah, blah. You get the idea, right? So the first brother goes down to the courthouse, signs the documentation, gets the $10 million and lives with $10 million and goes ahead and pays off all his debts, blah, 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 blah. He's done, right? He's got the inheritance in essence, right? But the second brother, if he never goes down to the courthouse, if he never figures it out, and if we can never find that second brother, if no one can ever find him because he's gone off the reservation in essence, does he know that does he know that he has $10 million coming to him? No. He could be in debt. He could be homeless. And yet he is a millionaire in essence. And that's where humanity is sitting. They don't even know that they're millionaires in essence, right? They're free from sin, but they have to sign the contract. That's the reality of sin. All you have to do is sign the contract with Jesus, and you're in golden shape. Now, there's much more to this too. You get the point. But that is the relationship that we have with God. Now, Satan also counterfeits this purchase by this really fascinating point. The false prophet comes down and creates this thing called the mark. It's a sign. And that sign is this thing that you put on your forehead or the right hand. And it is a permanent mark. What is the role of that mark? It is an absolute contractual relationship for your flesh that signs you away from for all time. Because normally you would have from whatever time frame. Let's just say someone is 35 years old. And let's just say, for instance, they would normally live to 75 years old, make up a time frame when that person would die. But the time frame that they would normally have when they would die, they would go to 75 years old. But at 35 years old, they signed the mark of the beast. And let's just say it's 3.5 years later. That'd be 38 and a half, right? So it's only 3.5 years later, right? So 38 and a half years old. Let's say on his birthday, 35 years old, he gets the mark of the beast. So celebrating his birthday, boom, he gets the mark of the beast. He gets a tattoo saying, I love, the Antichrist, right? He gets the sign, the roll of the mark. Here's what happens. It invades his privacy of his life. He cannot change that purchase point. And he will never be able to go opposite of that viewpoint. And now his flesh is dead. He can never go away from that viewpoint. This is done, a done deal. Now, in old movies, we used to talk about it as like a little stamp on his forehead or a little brand mark or some stupid little thing. You know, I believe also it'll be like a GPS tracker kind of thing. It's really perfect kind of point. You'll never be able to get away from that circumstance. It's easy tracker, and they'll make it really straightforward. It'll have the ability to have all of your financial information, you know, just like the vaccine. And they'll might even tell you it's like a vaccine because guess what? Everyone else is dying. What if they actually say, everyone else is dying, but you won't die of this? And what if it makes you a little bit better? I don't know how they're actually going to push it off and make you feel better, even while other people are dying around you. But it's going to be a lie. Financial information, security access to so that you can go to work, medical information. But I want you to hear this. The calculation of the number of the beast, here's what it is. The first number, when it says this, see, the scripture uses these words or these numbers. When you get into the numerology of scripture, and I don't recommend you always do numerology and all kinds of other things. Some people use numerology all the time. But if you use biblical numerology because it's important to the Jews, that's why you do it. So 6 means the man's number with sorcery. 3 is biblical prophecy in the fullness of time. So when you have those particular things together, 3 6s, the right hand or the forehead creates man's number in the fullness of time. You cannot have the mark of the beast until the fullness of time. So it's man's number at the correct point in time. Do not tell me the mark of the beast happens until Jesus appoints the Antichrist at the right time, and then at the right point in time in the future, the mark of the beast will happen at the perfect point in time. That's why this is so super stinking important. The permanence of the mark of the beast, it hijacks the death process. It's the seal of Satan's idea on you. This is one of my favorite pictures. I purchased this picture. It's on one of my books. I love it. It's one of my favorite pictures. I love this guy. I don't know where this guy was, but it's just awesome, right? But the fifth trumpet curse is one of the most amazing fifth trumpet curses. So we're going to talk a lot about this because I want to read it for you with that too. It's without death on the earth, it is a picture of hell. And I want to spend a little bit of time on this one because it's literally one of the scariest areas out there. And I want to pause for a second. Let me grab the book here. So I had to walk off the screen, and I wanted to kind of get you this book. It's called Our Secret Zombie Life. Okay, and in 2013 there was Brad Pitt and others had done a movie. It was and I'm not trying to get you to watch this movie. There was a movie with World War Z, and I hate um zombie movies, or frankly I just can't stand most horror movies. I just hate them. My sister, growing up, my sister loved them, and I used to ask her like, why do you like these why do you like these movies? And she was like, oh, I just love to get scared. I'm like, I don't need to get scared. I just hate it. Anyway, and God said, go watch this movie. And I argued with the Lord for like 2 weeks. I'm like, I no, no. And he's like, go watch it. And so I finally succumb, and it's in the summertime of 2013, and I'm like, a couple of the really ugly scenes. I'm like, I'm not watching some of the disgusting scenes, and I'm like, and I remember when I was on Facebook, I'm like, I have no idea why I watched this idiotic movie. Just pray that I get the reason. I knew I heard from the Lord, blah, 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 right? And a friend of mine named Eric, strong believer, knows exactly where I am. He's like, man, I hope you get, real insight on that. I really would like to hear what you have to say on that one. Yeah, so do I, Eric. A cousin of mine who will remain nameless, she goes, well, you heard from Satan. I was like, shut up. That's just an idiotic statement. And I had no idea. It launched me into Our Secret Zombie Life. And here's what I want you to understand. God launched me into writing, not just writing in the foretold 1 and 2 books, but it launched me into writing in, how we lived an undead life. It launched me into understanding the fifth trumpet. I'm telling you what, if I wasn't obeying God in that way, I would never have been where I am today. And I want to read the fifth trumpet with you. And it's in Revelation 9. So we're going to do that together here. And so I really recommend you pull out your Bibles. And I'm reading from HCSB. Okay. So this is the fifth trumpet. The fifth trumpet, or the fifth angel, blew his trumpet, and I saw a star that had fallen from the heavens to earth, and the key of the shaft of the abyss. Now, in the fourth trumpet, the comet comes into the abyss. So obviously, it goes into the earth, not into an ocean. So it's got to go in it goes into the abyss, and so it opens up the abyss. Now, there's a lot of speculation of what is in the abyss. Okay, so he opened the shaft of the abyss, and smoke came out of the abyss, a great furnace. So the sun and air were darkened from the abyss. This is also kind of comes from the conversation of the fourth trumpet, that there's a darkening of the clouds for a third of the planet, which is part of that point. But there's another level of darkening that happens. Then locusts came out of the smoke of the earth, and power was given to them, the power of the scorpions to have on the earth. They were told not to harm the grass or any green plant or any of the trees, but only the people who do not have the seal of God on their foreheads. So this is one of the really weird ones, and that the people of God have seals on their foreheads. And it's like, wait, what? So people of God have seal on their foreheads in the second half of the tribulation. So they actually are sealed so that they cannot be harmed necessarily. It's very interesting that there's a protection part that actually comes when you become believers. So you can't randomly harm people. Real interesting. And I believe that there's a seal that happens maybe just for this time frame. Have no idea for sure, but because it doesn't tell you 100%, but maybe for just this fifth trumpet. Okay, stick with me here for just a minute. Verse 5. Then they were permitted to kill, they were not, not permitted to kill them, but were tormenting them for 5 months. Their torment was like the torment of a scorpion that strikes the man. In those days, people will seek death and not find it. They will long to die, but death will flee for them. And then it explains, the how they look, blah 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 blah. And then verse 10, it says, they had the power to harm them for 5 months. So verse 11, they had as their king the angel of the abyss. His name in Hebrew is Abaddon, and in Greek it is Apollyon. And you go, okay. Now again, it's got a really interesting viewpoint of what it talks about here. Okay, so it's one of the very first, and I challenge you to ask yourself this question: if you believe that the tribulations already occurred, we're already living through the tribulation. In what period of time have there been 5 months of people, first off, sealed of God, not harmed? 5 months of people who were not sealed, who've been stung, who've been in torment for 5 months. We're not talking about a plague. And they want to die, but cannot die for 5 months. What? Now, even the Left Behind series does not, I disagree heartily with the Left Behind series on this particular one. Okay. So I spent a gigantic amount of time with this particular one. And I was struck again with a very strange verse. And it says in verse 12, they had as their king, which is a top dude, the angel of the abyss, because there's a top dude that comes out of the abyss. And no one ever spends any time on this one. His name in Hebrew is Abaddon. His name in Greek is Apollyon. Like, why are they running around calling Apollyon and Abaddon? Like, why are you doing that? I mean, it means a destroying angel, and I go, what you doing with that one? It means chief, and I was struggling. See, when I read the Bible, I don't read it like I don't rip through it. So then I had to spend time like studying the snot out of this one. So go back into the 1800s, And there's a guy named Robert Southey who writes The Three Little Bears. And he takes a trip, he's an English man, he takes a trip down to Haiti. And he goes into Haiti and he finds this very unique group of people. And they have a chief and they have very strange viewpoints because people hadn't been to Haiti very much. And he starts realizing that they have this spiritual viewpoint, and the chiefs come into these people who are very scared of the chiefs, and they blow on tetracycline, and they just blow it on to the skin of the people. And if they do it, if it's too high of an amount, it'll kill the person. If it's too low, it will have no effect. But if it's the right amount of tetracycline, it'll put them in a catatonic state. Now, the medical abilities of the people they don't have a clue what they are. They think that they're dead. So they put that person, they mourn them and put them in a mausoleum, which is above ground, a burial site. So after they put him in the mausoleum, the chief goes in and says, "You died. You now work for me." Kind of an odd statement. But chief in Haiti means zombie, Zombi. Interesting. In the early 1900s, a movie called The White Zombie talked exactly about this. And in the early 1960s, the first zombie movies started to come out, and they're one of the zombie subculture is some of the dumbest movies in the history of the world. They all are the same. The Walking Dead, I mean, you literally like go, what is the point of these things? And there's so many different types of zombie things, and I like go like you just like, what is it? And every time to kill them, here's what they've done. If you have a body, you have a soul and a spirit, here's what happens. The person has lost their soul and they've lost their spirit. The only thing left is the body. So if that's your and by the way, the very first episode of Walking Dead, you got a husband, a wife, and a son. And the the wife somehow gets out of the house. And there's a sheriff or a deputy, right? He's been in a coma for a while after he gets in a car accident, and he meets up with the son and the husband. And he goes into their house for a while. He just kind of gets sanctuary for a little bit. And in the episode, they the dad goes upstairs and they're plagued by the mom who's a zombie now. And because all she wants to do is eat the son and the father, because she's only a body now. She has lost her soul and her spirit. And you're like, I'm like, oh my gosh, like all these movies are ridiculous. And that's the whole subplot of these things. What I want you to see, and I mean, I've heard people talk about like, what would you do in a zombie apocalypse? I'd go into a Walgreens and do this and that, and they have whole subculture points here. And so I want you to think about the same kind of thing. Do you know that people actually bring forward? Sorry. The basics of this. So let's go backward. I'm going to put this a little bit farther here. So the basics of Revelation 8:12, and I'm doing this again because I want you to catch this. The basics of 8:12 is a third of the sun, the moon, stars are darkened, along with the day. This is the third one of the first of the three woe announcements. Most likely, there's left over from the wormwood comet. So again, 1 through 12. A fallen star has fallen into the abyss. The furnace creates smoke. The locusts cannot be killed that come out. Locusts do not harm the land, but only those with and they can't do this, those with the seal of God on the forehead. They torture those, they torture people for 5 months with this sting of a scorpion. People will seek death, but will not find it. They'll long to die, but death will flee from them. We're going to talk about that in a second. It's possible that those people from the abyss are Nephilim. Now, Nephilim might have been down there for so long that they're small of size, and they come out as scorpion horses, maybe. Again, they call them chief. Do you know that in some cities they actually do zombie walks like this? Okay. What you don't know, you go backward here. What you don't know is the psychology of death. When someone wishes to die, they will try to kill themselves. So, for instance, and this is, I'm not trying to be gross here, I'm not trying to be sick here, but if you want to die, most people, when they try to kill themselves, there is a way to cut your wrist. I'm not going to get into that. Some people, when they're trying to kill themselves, it's a call for help. And medical professionals, psychology professionals know when it's a call for help. They do little things that it's a call for help, and they make phone calls, they reach out in different ways. The way that they cut themselves, there are little signs and calls out that they're not as serious as you think they are. Now, other people, family members don't see it, but medical professionals will see that they are very serious, that they're serious for asking for help. And I would imagine that the very first time that they try this, they might be looking for a way for a release, maybe a possible release. But I'm suspecting that it's not going to be as releasey as you think. But I think that the first time that they try to commit suicide, it might be more mild. The second time that they release themselves, it'll be worse. The third time they release themselves, will they look like this? The fourth time, will they jump off bridges? Will the people be walking around like the Walking Dead? Completely devoid of their soul and spirit anymore, because they've lost all they feel is pain, and they've got nothing left within themselves. I, I'm going to tell you, I believe it's a pure hell on earth in a way you have never experienced. I believe we are going to see hundreds of millions of people in this state of abject pain that they cannot ever get out of for 5 months. It is a horror that you cannot possibly imagine. It is something that that is plagued my thoughts, and swear to you, plagued some of my nights too, over and over again. And I don't see anyone who's ever spent any time on this way. That's why I call it the zombie trumpet. Okay, so now as we move past the fifth trumpet, um, as the fifth trumpet ends, you'll probably see those people who were allowed to live through that fifth trumpet. I kind of believe that they will finally be allowed to die. But we turn the page into the sixth trumpet. And this is that famed sixth trumpet that David Koresh believed that we were in. Unfortunately, he's badly wrong. And this is one of the most amazing points that has ever been written in scripture. And it says, and it's in Revelation 9:13 through 21. It talks, there's this four horns on the golden altar. So it's so special that the four golden horns have to be taken from the altar. It's before it gets into the exact trumpet. So there's four angels that have an exact point of a timeline. And so let's use that exact those verses. So the sixth angel blew his trumpet from the four horns of the golden altar. That is before God. I heard a voice say to the sixth angel who had the trumpet, release the four angels that are bound for the great river Euphrates. Okay, so we're actually east of the Middle East area. Four angels who are prepared for the hour, day, month, and year were released to kill a third of the human race. And we're going to pause there for half a second because we're going to talk about this. So the colors tell you much about war: blue, yellow, and red. Yellow, or the lion's head, is fire, smoke, and sulfur. And it talks a little bit about these things. So in the vision, it has, and so we go on further. So the number of the mounted troops were 200 million. I heard the number. This is how I saw the horses visioned in my head. The horsemen had breastplates of fire red, blue, and sulfur yellow. Sorry, we do kind of move on there. Um, the heads of the horse were lion's head, and the mouths were came fire, smoke, and sulfur. A third of the human race was killed by these plagues. Fire, smoke, sulfur came from their mouths. Okay, so lion's head is fire, smoke, and sulfur. Which me, and only thing I can ever think of, this is modern warfare. And most people from olden times, they wouldn't look at this and go, well, wait a second, what is that? If you were writing it from the 1800s, the 1700s, 1200 time frame, you'd be like, I have no idea what that is. Is that a special monster? You'd have no idea. But today, we would easily see that as any number of man of a tank. We could see that as uh, a Black Hawk helicopter. I mean, we could see that as any number of points. Now, remember, John is writing this from 95 AD. 200 million men. You have to understand that didn't exist in that time frame. There's no way you could talk about 200 million men. Now, most people who didn't understand that thought that he was making an analogy. And that's why I've seen people who say that, um, there are several people who have said that Revelation was actually accomplished back in Nero's time frame. And I go, There's no possible way Revelation was ever accomplished in Nero's time frame because it says this thing of 200 million men. Understand 200 million men, the first billion people only happened in 1800. So in 1600, you didn't even have 200 million men that existed in history. So in 1800, how could you even accomplish 200 million men to gather together? To have 1 million men in an army would be ridiculous to imagine, even in even in 622 when Muslim time from Islam was accomplished. It was ridiculous to even imagine. And yet they continue to worship God. This is the other gods. This is how crazy the circumstance is. So I want to go backward in that Revelation 9:15 as a moment. So the four angels were prepared for this hour, day, month, and year to kill a third of the human race. And I'm going to tell you, you will never have ever seen this particular verse structure anywhere. Now, in Matthew 24, people say, well, yeah, but it said that. No, no. You never see it in that way anywhere of an hour, day, month, and year. Now, let me give you an example. If I were to pull up to you my iPhone and I were giving you, let me just pull up, I don't use this particular app very much. Sorry, I'm bringing it up here because I don't use it enough here. World clock here because it's like, oh, Scott, come on. Okay, let me just bring this onto the screen here. So, and I know it's a little bit hard to see, but a Dubai clock, right? On the screen right now, Dubai clock, 9 a.m. And today is 125, 2026. Okay. So at this moment, it's 9 p.m. in Dubai. So we can actually know what time it is in different places of the planet, right? So today it's 10 hours plus versus right now it's 10 a.m. Right? So we can kind of get an idea of what time it is depending upon where we are, right? But in scripture, it's trying to give you an idea that there is an exact moment in time. And so when we give you this example, and I'm going to bring this up here, and I know this is it's going to mess up my presentation here. So I'm going to pull this back here. I'm going to pull this off the screen. It's going to mess me up here a little bit. I got to do this a little bit here for you so you can see it. So hold on one second. Okay, so I wanted to bring this up. It took me a second to bring this up on the screen because it's a little bit hard to do. But this is the timeline that I have, and I'm going to show you in a little bit, that we have this. So I'm going to show you in a different way, so easier to see it on the screen. So this is the beginning of the timeline over here, okay, and this is all the way to the mid, and then we go all the way to the end. Okay, of the timeline part. Now, normally we want God to tell us when we have the beginning of our timeline. But what God tells us with this Revelation 9:15 point is that this sixth trumpet blows, and this hour, day, month, year happens for an exact moment in time. It happens in this little green section right here. this exact moment in time occurs here. And I know it's not like you're going, well, wait, the first bowl is there too. I know, but you can't just, I can't make the exact points in there. So this exact moment right here happens way weird in time frame. And so when you're trying to look for things and you're going, well, why can't God make it happen in the beginning? And so what I'm trying to tell you is like you're trying to say, and I would say this is about 12 to 13 months to the end of the time frame of our of the 7 years. So maybe about 6 years before the end of the tribulation. And so what's difficult for people to kind of grasp is that this time is set from the foundation of the planet. I'm going to pause here and then bring up the PowerPoint again. And again, I bring you on to, the 7 year timeline here to give you an idea. This would be somewhere in this later period of time here in the in the 7 years. So somewhere over here in this kind of, sorry, somewhere over here in this kind of time frame in this later period of time. So this is set. That means the tribulation is set in God's mind. If God is sovereign, if God is all powerful, he has set this thing. Now, we would love it if he would tell us, yeah, but when does the beginning happen? And he never tells us that. But he does tell us that it's this particular sixth trumpet is set. It's such an odd construction of the verses. But he's going that the sixth trumpet is set for the hour, day, month, and year. These four angels will come at exact moment in time. And it's exactly how God works. He's going, I've got it all figured out. Why are you fighting against me? See, I've even heard people say, by your prayers, you can forestall the coming of Christ. And I go, you are such a moron. I'm sorry to be rude here, but you're a moron if you believe you can forestall the coming of Christ. You're an idiot. You cannot forestall anything that an all powerful, all knowing God can do. An all knowing God has already figured it out. He lives outside of time. Come now, let us reason together, you and I, and realize he figured it out. He got it set in time. He wrote this book before the foundation of the earth. He ends it after every bit of time has ended. Genesis 1:1 starts before anything ever happened. Revelation 22 is after time ends. The sun and moon are gone. Therefore, time stops. Time is hadn't even started yet. Therefore, there is no bit of time that ever can tick on either end of the scale. And yet, you think that he's gone, oh, you know what? This is going to be a mystery to me. Humans can like, oh, well, we can push it off a little bit. Come on. Let me pause this and fast forward here a little bit just to get to the right part of the power. Okay, so now we're in that point part here. So the four angels are set. It's an exact moment in time. And that's why you can't change anything. And you have to be like, and that should be actually pretty cool for you, realizing there's nothing you can do. You know what? There's nothing you can do in your own life, but God hasn't gone, I've already seen it. Why are you worried about stuff? And actually, Rick Larson, there's a really cool video. I'm not going to spend a lot of time on it here. BethlehemStar.com. Go buy his video or download his video if he has a download. I don't know if he has one. Bethlehem Star is this is a lawyer who does gorgeous work about the birth of Jesus. An amazing work this guy does, and he looks at the star charts and pinpoints the death and the resurrection time frame, and it is some perfect work. It's some great investigative work, and that's one of the things that you guys can look at too. But you know what? He talks about this, and he goes, you know that he had to set the stars in motion at an exact moment in time for this to happen. He does some great work with this stuff too. Okay, here's the point. How many people are going to die? So here's one of the things. We talked about this before, that 1.875 are going to die in the first war of the time frame of World War III. Well, this World War IV of are going to die, 1.5 billion possible. No, I mean, we could be less than that. But you know what? There's almost no one gonna be left after this. I mean, I already said hundreds of millions are dying during the fifth seal, or the fifth trumpet, excuse me, because so many are going to try to kill themselves. I mean, people are dying left and right. Those who don't believe in the Bible are analogizing the word, man, my goodness. These texts tell you about an incalculable amount of people who are dying left and right. Do you really need proof anymore about how many it's talking about? I'm fascinated by people who want to analogize the word over and over again. They just haven't read Revelation yet. And if they have, they skipped over sections. Stop skipping over sections. This is actually getting in to nuclear levels. There is no way, if you haven't read it, that you wouldn't see nuclear events here. And this clue of timing is that, how do you have a hour, day, and month and year, and you have a third of the planet dying in a very short period of time, of a 7-year period of time? How do you do that? Well, you couldn't have done that with clubs and stones and sticks and arrows and other stuff with a third of the planet dying. And just a few years before that, a quarter of the planet dying. It's a nuclear conversation. It tells you how modern the Bible is, and how John was talking about stuff that was way over his head. He's head over heels in his understanding. It is definitely way beyond his understanding. He was seeing things that just couldn't have existed in that way. And again, when we talk about this, again, we're going through the same thing over again. You got the first seal, false prophet, image of the beast to the mark required. We have the second seal here with the World War III, hyperinflation, famine, a quarter of the planet dying. Again, that's the 1.87. The martyrs that are dying here, the 144,000 that are bringing on the chosen with a severe deception. The severe deception is to get so many people to take the mark of the beast. Satan's got to be God. This is the whole point of it. And then he's probably going to take credit for hail and fire, a comet that comes down with volcanic ash, maybe a tsunami that's involved. The third trumpet is meteors, a meteor that comes down and makes a third of the planet with bitter water. People are going to die from that. A fourth trumpet that hits down and takes a darkening effect of most of the planet. Notice how cold it can be at that point. There's global cooling, in essence. A fifth trumpet, a zombie trumpet, is a curse of those people who have the mark on them. The sixth trumpet, which is World War IV, there's a third of the people dying. So if 1.87 1.5 billion people are dying here. You got another 1.5 billion dying here. Those are just estimates. I mean, I can't tell you the exact number. You're like going, holy cow, who's left? You're right. Who is left? Again, going through that same kind of thing. I'm just trying to give you that overall time frame. That's why I keep kind of popping this, because it's hard to always kind of do it. Pre pre-tribulation rapture of the bride, Ezekiel 38-39 war, the first seal, the Antichrist. There's economic chaos. There's going to be so much chaos going because everything's being destroyed in that way. The mark is required in the second half. Hell on earth, right? The seven seals start here. The seven trumpets in the midsection, and the seven bowls of the seven vials. You can call it either way. The 144,000 start in the first section after the bride leaves. The chosen, which are those ones who are invited to the wedding feast. They then go up and are up here. This is why I have the arrow up. They are part of the wedding feast. Matthew 21 or Matthew 22, 1 through 13. They are seeing the wedding. Then the called. Then they're coming to Christ because of an angel that bounces around the planet. I haven't even talked about him. But there's an angel and the two witnesses. Their job is to bring in the called. But then they go up in a third rapture event. I'll talk about this in another a long video thing. Now, let's jump in to the first two bowls. I believe that they happen anywhere from the last month, all the way maybe to days, maybe 10 days or so. The bowls are so dramatic. They're so complete. Here's what they do. First off, why the bowls? The sanctuary of God now shuts up. It just so and that's a fascinating part when you see the sanctuary. It just closes up all the way through and through. So the first bowl has sores upon those who take the mark of the beast. And they're so grievous. They're so heavy. Now, when you have sores on you, and you might think sores, that's not a big a deal. You have sores on you, you can't sit, you can't lay down, you can't stand. And I'm talking about sores everywhere. You think sores on your hand and your forehead. I'm talking about sores everywhere. That's what it intimates, the sores going everywhere. I mean, they're going to be absolutely miserable. It's a permanent level decision. They have made their decision long, long ago. The second bowl will turn all of the seas red, blood. There's no drinking it. That's why it's got to be a very short period of time. That's why I kind of lean toward the last 10 days. No one can go that long without potable water. Most of the people are now really going to die, especially if they're on the coast. They're just going to die right off. And you're just going to see people just, if you're watching, you're going to see them just conking off. No more shipping is ever going to happen. All businesses are just going to halt at that point, or no more shipping anywhere. That's why I think this has got to be closer to the month of Elul, which is right before Rosh Hashanah. Now, I've talked about this. We'll get into this one kind of thing. This is the softening up, the softening blow of taking out the real hardened ones. But you got to take out as much of the evil. This is what the real heavy evil that you're going, there's nothing more for these people with that. Okay. Now let's kind of we're going to hit these a couple different times, okay? Because most people do not understand these two holidays. Let me talk about the Jewish holidays. Rosh Hashanah. It's in the late September. Sometimes it comes in, early September, but it's mostly later September. It's the first day of Tishri. It's actually the anniversary of Adam and Eve. It's a celebration where you raise a great noise. And so they actually, kind of get up and scream and howl. It's part of that Adam and Eve kind of thing. So that's a part of that celebration point. Now, here's what it is. It's called a day of judgment. Now, here's what they do. There's three different groups that are talked about: the righteous, the wicked, and the intermediate. And let's talk a little bit about those three groups. Okay. Pull this off the screen for half a second. So if you're a Jewish person and you're a religious Jew, and I'm just watching a TV series, and this very, very strongly Jewish woman, she has a physician who comes in, and he's treating her, right? And she goes, "So are you religious Jew?" And he goes, "Well, I only go to the holy days, which is Rosh Hashanah." And so let's just talk about those. So high holy days would be Rosh Hashanah. And so it'd be righteous. Well, no one would call themselves righteous. If they're righteous, they would be perfect in God's eye. So no one calls themselves righteous. Wicked would be like the Nazis. Okay, so in the Jewish viewpoint. Okay, so they wouldn't call themselves wicked, so they would just knock themselves out of that. And again, it's very important to see it how the Jews look at the Rosh Hashanah. So the wicked aren't that. They see themselves as the intermediate group. And that they go and so that they're really important about this. So that the reason why the physician who's treating this woman in this TV series, he only goes to the high holy days, is he doesn't want to be part of the wicked group. And so if he did, if he doesn't go in the high holy days, he's thought of as part of the wicked, and that would be a bad thing, right? When he knows he's not righteous, and he doesn't want to be part of the wicked group, which should make him, and we'll talk about that, which should make him ineligible to be in good standing with the Jewish community. That's bad. So he wants to be in the intermediate group, which means that he's got to do some things to put himself in good standing. Let's talk a little bit about that. Now, we'll get into that in a little bit here. So this is also called the coronation of the king. So what happens in this circumstance is that we have a celebration for it. So for instance, you have the king, the prince who is now getting married. He has a bride, and the groom is now getting married, and that is bringing together the ability for him to propagate his family, right? So that's the coronation of the king. Now, again, he needs to get right in this circumstance. So this is a wedding. This is a good thing. And so there's a lot of cool things inside of there. Now there's also the shofar, the 100 shofar blasts. So they have the horn and they do the 100 shofar blast, which means a complete or completed blessing that happens. But he's doing this, and there's a 10-day time frame that happens. Now, in that 10-day time frame, what the intermediate guy is doing is that he's got to go in that 10-day period of time and make a list of all the people that he's wronged. And he makes a list of Joe and Jimmy and Jonathan and all the people that said, man, like I like took $15 from you and I never returned it. And so he's got to go over there and return the 15 bucks or do whatever that is. And you can't worry about whether or not, Jonathan's ever going to forgive him, but he's got to at least make restitution the best that he can. And that's what he's got to do in this time frame in that 10 days, right? Between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur. And that is his job in that time frame to make himself right. Okay? Now the wicked would never do that because they're never even going through that point. The righteous are already good, so they don't have to worry about that circumstance because they're already perfect. Okay? This is why they don't have to worry about it. The wicked would never do it, so they're ineligible in that essence. But the intermediate always do this. Okay, this is the whole point of this ceremony with that point too. Now, in the Yom Kippur, it's the holiest day of the year. It is a day of fasting and prayer. You got to be right with the community, which means that if you're right with the community, you can do business. Your business is going to be good. The crops are going to be right for the next year. That's why that physician had to do the good things. So he's going to do his things. He's going to do his jobs, whatever his thing is. His do the things to make himself right, and he's going to get together with his fasting and prayer, the day of prayer, kind of thing, and then um have Yom Kippur service on that 10th day so that he's good, right? It's a day of atonement or purification. And when you do atonement and purification, it's a burning away of things. It's not just atonement is like, oh, you're okay. It burns away. It's a ripping away. Atonement isn't like, like you're making yourself clean, like you're washing yourself away. Atonement is like it's like when you burn the crop of the land, you burn it all off because you got to make it cleaned off with that too. It's a really a violent process when you atone. It also means the coming of the king. If you have the coronation here, you're seeing the coming of the king on this one. It's also considered the New Year initiation. Now, some people think Rosh Hashanah is the New Year. Well, it's the beginning of the New Year, but this is the real New Year initiation. Now, it is also considered the long day, and when they had the long day in Zechariah 14, 6 through 8, or 6 through 7, and Habakkuk 3, 11, that's when they had the long day. It'll also be mirrored in the very great day of the wrath of the Lamb. The great day of the wrath of the Lamb actually is talked about almost 300 times in the New Testament and the Old Testament too. It's very fascinating. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about this confusion in the who. So let's talk about this one. It gets really weird when people talk about this. There's the secret coming of Christ. And the secret coming is the rapture of the bride fulfilling the wedding feast. See, some people get all like funked out with this, and I got to go. And that's why I keep hitting these things over and over again for you. There is a secret coming. This is in First Thessalonians 4:16 through 18. Yes, there is a secret coming. It's because what that is doing is fulfilling Jesus coming for his bride. That is Rosh Hashanah. The second one is that he's seen in the clouds. This is here's what happens here. He's standing in the clouds proclaiming, I am Christ. Now, so here's what happens. This is why there's 7 years of separation here. Now, what most people, no, sorry, let me back up here. This is not Rosh Hashanah. Jesus doesn't come back on Rosh Hashanah for the bride of Christ. Never does. I apologize. He doesn't come back for a Rosh Hashanah for the bride. But he does show up in the clouds with his bride. He's showing up, he's coronated. Here's what I want you to catch. And I'm going to pull this off the screen for half a second. In First Thessalonians 4:16 through 18, Jesus takes away his bride. He doesn't have, and he comes in the clouds. He comes in the clouds, he takes his bride. He says, I'm going to take you away, but I'm going to take those who are dead in Christ first, and then those who are alive. And encourage one another with these words. Cool. And then in Revelation 14, 16, that the Son of Man has a crown on his head. And you're going, why does he have a crown on his head then, but he doesn't have a crown here? Guess what? The difference is he has a crown on his head because he's already married, and we're celebrating him because he's coronated then. It's really, really cool, guys. You got to catch the deal. When he comes back in the planet, and every eye sees him, every tongue will confess that Jesus is Lord. Everyone sees him. Every tongue confesses that he is Lord. The coronation of the king, he is seen in the cloud. The whole world declares, you're Lord. But I'm going to tell you something else. You know what? The whole world will declare he is Lord. Some people will say, well, then the whole world believes in him. No, the wicked will never say that he is the Savior, but they will say he is Lord. But I'll talk about that one here in just a little while. But there's another one that happens here a little bit later on when Jesus steps onto the planet. He's taking back what is already his. So there's 3 separate events. The secret coming, he's stepping into the clouds or seen in the clouds, Rosh Hashanah, and Yom Kippur, where he steps on the planet and taking back what is his. So there's a 7-year period of time here to here, and a 10-day period of time from here to here, Yom Kippur. It's really kind of cool. And there's reasons for that. So Rosh Hashanah from the glorious appearance. Rapture of the bride cannot happen. Rosh Hashanah must come with Yom Kippur. They have to be tied together. That's why some people want to say Rosh Hashanah is going to happen with the rapture of the bride. No. Can't do it. It's got to happen. They have to be tied together. Dudes, they got to be tied together. You cannot fulfill Rosh Hashanah as the bride of the rapture of the church. Sorry. The 100 shofar blast, completed blessing, means the last rapture. That is the pre-wrath rapture, not of the bride, but of the called. Now, here's the fun part. Rosh Hashanah actually has something that really interesting happens. In Revelation 10, There's this weird thing about seven thunders speaks to all humanity, and it says this really interesting thing. He starts speaking out, and John starts to write it down. And the angel goes, no, 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 don't say it. Don't write it down. It's actually mirrored exactly in Daniel. Daniel starts writing down something, and the angel says, no, 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 don't say it, write it down. And I believe it's actually something that is spoken as a very timeful message. I believe that what will happen in that moment in time, he's making a salvation message to what I believe is the sheep. We will talk about that later on. And the remnant. The sheep are people who will live in the millennial reign, and the remnant who will live in the millennial reign. Again, stick with me. Come to the next part. I will talk about those people. The wicked are condemned. They're already past the point to repent. This fulfills the verses of this point. 2 Chronicles 7:14. If my people will humble themselves, pray, seek my face. Look up, seek my face. Wow. I will heal their land, which means the whole earth. This fulfills that whole verse in detail. Philippians 2:11, it's exactly what I was talking about. It fulfills these verses to the T. Not all are saved. They will bow to the King. I could spend forever on these verses, but I believe this Rosh Hashanah is so deep and so wide of a sets of verses. Again, I could just go on for hours on this Rosh Hashanah. It's so deep and wide to go in there. So the last few weeks are this. You've got the first bowl marked sores. The second bowl are all the seas turned to blood. The seven thunders speak Rosh Hashanah. That's probably Jesus speaking out. The third bowls, the rivers turn to blood. The fourth bowl is the sun scorches. Oh my gosh. I don't even know how to explain that one. The sun will scorch people in ways you've never imagined. It's like the protective layer just rolls up away from people. The fifth bowl, the kingdom of darkness comes on. Now, does it happen on the whole planet or does it happen in Babylon? I don't know. I wish I could tell you. The sixth bowl, the Euphrates dries up, and these three frogs and the kingdom to Armageddon. The kings all go to Armageddon. I think this is maybe a reference to aliens coming down. Tell you what, it's hard to get that one. Hard to tell you, but this is this is allowing those all the 200 million men coming across from the eastern area to come into Armageddon. And around this time frame, the two witnesses are killed, and then we have this earthquake that the second woe, a tenth of Jerusalem. We talked about this earlier. The tenth of Jerusalem, or this earthquake with 7,000 people dying, and the two witnesses. This 3.5 days. The two witnesses rise. Okay, and then the seventh seal, a 30-minute time frame where there's just silence in heaven. And this is like a silence before everything happens. And then we have the seventh bowl, the great earthquake, the sixth seal, seventh bowl, seventh trumpet. It's all one thing. And then the wrath of the Lamb. Now, we're going to talk about that all together all at once, but we're going to talk more specifically about the third and fourth bowls. Let's detail them out. All right. Now, so as we focus a little bit more, I know we've talked about the third and fourth bowls, but again, I found that it's much more effective to hit them several times. Okay. So the in Revelation 16, 4 and 9 through 9, these are the third and fourth bowls. And you're going to notice, remember, the difference between the trumpets that are one third versus the bowls. They're a complete, because they're an atoning kind of thing. They're a purification of the planet. And the reason why, I'm going to, sorry, I'm going to pull this off here. Um, I'm going to pull this off the screen because I want you to focus on me, because at the last 10 days, they're wiping clean the planet. They are preparing the way for the millennial reign of Christ. There's so much, like, we just got to get them ready. We just got to get it out of the way. It's like you've just got to get it all off. And my parents had 5 acres, and I remember when I would mow some of those 5 acres, we didn't have any grass on most of the area, and sometimes you just had to, like, drop that sucker into first gear, and you just had to grind it down to the bottom. And I mean, I remember there would be days I would just come in, I was just filled with dust and just every gross thing. I had to wear a mask on. I mean, I'm not talking about mask like you normally you see these silly people wearing masks. I'm talking about the type of mask, those big nasty things that you would wear, almost gas mask kind of things, because there's just so much junk coming in me, right? It was the dust and rocks and all the other stuff. And that's what we're talking about, is just a land laid bare. It was a kind of tough job. I'm not saying it's the worst job in the world, because I did dishwasher for a university. It was that was tougher job with that. Okay, so let's go back to that. And the third bowl is the rivers and springs are turned to blood. Like I said before, when you have the rivers and springs turned to blood, there's no water. So I imagine now, if you're talking now, this is why it's so amazing. If you're talking in the 1600s, no one would have, like, potable water, right? How would you actually have it? Now, in today's day, we actually have bottled water. So you'd imagine that people can last several more days than in the 1600s, right? So that's why I think it's so relevant for today, that people could actually last. The fourth bowl is that the sun blisters only those with the mark. Now, why is it that those people that don't have the mark of the beast, sorry, I'm going back here and getting some peppermint, um, that don't have the mark of the beast, which means people who didn't take the mark, like the remnant, who have accepted Jesus, and we'll talk about those actually in the next major episode when we talk about the groups, and even the people who are still alive. So the remnant are the ones that are still alive. They've accepted God, but those people haven't gotten and they're going to be living through the millennial reign. But how come they're not getting blistered? I I can't imagine it. I don't understand how God is doing that, so I can't explain it. I would say there would be a micro holes. And this is when the climate people are finally right for the very first time in history, right? The effect of those two bowls, again, drinking water, you got to have what, 3 to 5 days of life. That's why these things have to be very near the end of the time frame. It increases the need for water. Okay, the timing of these bowls. Again, Dr. Jeff believes it's the month of Elul. I kind of believe it's toward the end of the last 10 days. Okay, okay. Yom Kippur, is the great day of the wrath of the Lamb. And I don't think many people have actually put that together, but this is one of my gorgeous pictures. I bought this picture. I love it. It's one of my favorite pictures. I also believe that this is a good one for the seven thunders too. But perfect one for just how amazing that circumstance will be. Okay, so some of the prep point, the fifth bowl is Babylon is a plague of darkness. Now, again, I don't know if the whole earth is going to feel it or just Babylon. So, on top of that plague of darkness, because everyone else is feeling the sores too, but they also get sores on top of this. So they're getting a double whammy. The first bowl is getting sores, but they have they get an extra set of sores. I mean, it's just like craziness with this too. It also indicates that they sit in Babylon and they indicate that no more luxuries the rich look off in the distance somehow. Now, I think that they're looking on the internet. And it indicates something like this. I just want to take off the screen here for a second. So how would they look off in the screen? Now think about if you're in Babylon, it's kind of far off to see, most of your business. So in essence, they're looking at satellite images of all of their businesses around the world. And they're seeing everything just going the heck in handbasket. It's immense. And Revelation 6, I think it is, says that the rocks, they want the rocks to come down on themselves. And this is an indication that they are in what's called dumps or deep underground military bases. And in my second book, Foretold Book 2, I spent a lot of time talking about the very wealthy who actually have these deep underground military bases, and I have a place in Colorado where I'm showing that off, and they hole up in these places, but they're even getting destroyed as well by the stuff that's happening around it. And so, that's also a reference to it. Now, I'm going to tell you, in the past, this would be just wild to most people. They couldn't imagine this kind of stuff. But yet, today, we can easily imagine it. So the wealthy are the super wealthy are finally feeling it all. They have protected themselves with their billion and frankly trillions of dollars, but they won't be able to get away from it. Where everyone else has felt it, they won't feel it anymore with that too. Now, the demons live with Satan, and the people are told to come out. There's a very interesting thing. Everyone's told to come out of that city of Babylon, and the city is destroyed in 1 hour. Now, again, no city in the history of the planet could ever be destroyed in 1 hour until Oppenheimer, created a nuclear weapon. And he said a very odd statement when he created the nuclear weapon. He said, "Look, I have become destroyer of men, a destroyer of worlds." And that's a powerful comment in 1945. And that is an absolute nuclear prediction over and over and over again. The Bible keeps utilizing conversations of fire and brimstone. Those are conversations of nuclear equations. And this having a city destroyed in 1 hour can never happen without a nuclear equation. If you don't believe the Bible is true, you're just blowing smoke up your own skirt. Okay? The sixth bowl is a 3-part preparation for the Armageddon. So the number one, Euphrates River dries up, preparing the kings of the east with her armies. 3 unclean spirits come out. Now, they might come out with the Antichrist, false prophet, and Satan. Now, I've always kind of said, could they come out of their mouths? Could they come out of their bodies? Could they come out of their souls? I mean, I don't know. Could they be aliens? Could we finally see aliens that come out? Man, I can't tell you exactly how that works. But these alien type things assemble along with the false prophet, the Antichrist, and Satan. They assemble for the battle of Armageddon. See, they've already seen Jesus standing up in the clouds, and every single person in the earth at Rosh Hashanah have stood there and said, or kneeled in front of Jesus and said, "You're the Lord." Where they've defied Jesus in every turn, saying that Antichrist was God, with Satan indwelled in him. Now they said Jesus is Lord. But now they're going to come with all of their weapons and all their capability, and they're going to fight against him. How ridiculous is that, right? Now the seas are also turned to blood. The fresh waters are turned to blood. Babylon's destroyed. See, I mean, this is what's happening. Everything is being destroyed around them. The planet might have, now, Jeff Swanson and I have also talked about this many times. It might even have 100 million people left. Can you imagine that? 8 billion people on the earth, and we might even have maybe 100 million people left. Now I know we just talked about 200 million people, but outside of that, 200 million man army, I mean, there might be 100 million people other than that living. I mean, it's just crazy stuff, right? Oops, sorry, I missed that one little thing there. Oops. 100 million people die in Armageddon. Sorry, that's what I was trying to show you. Okay, so Yom Kippur, great earthquake. Let's talk a lot about this one. But I want to load up a video. So we're going to pull this off here, and we're going to load up this one video. It's a really cool one. Let me bring this up here. And this was done in 2023. But can you imagine that when this, this is a small earthquake, right? It takes out a whole city street. It's almost unimaginable, that kind of thing. That's nothing. I mean, that's so startling for us. But when we see the great earthquake, it is not a 10. It is unimaginable. I'm going to show you how deep and wide this puppy is. Okay. And the reality is, and I think most people get it wrong, it's the 6th seal, it's the 7th trumpet, it's the 3rd woe, and it's the 7th bowl. And it's all in one. And the reality is that most people miss it because they try to break it up and they don't see that they're actually all explaining from a different way. They're all saying the same thing. And I've looked at it 1,000 times. I've not just looked at it a couple times. I've not just taken one person's viewpoint. I have spent countless hours, and I'm not just talking about countless hours, so many hours I can't even explain it. Isn't that amazing? I mean, isn't that just a 100% amazing to see an earthquake do that, right? Okay. Okay. So let's go back to this little area here. Okay. So the seventh seal has silence in heaven. So we're just going to kind of go over this a little bit more, a little deeper. Then we have the mountains and the islands coming down, the islands all over the planet, the thunder and the lightning about the planet. Unbelievable to imagine this. The meteors, comets, the sky rolls up. That means everywhere in the earth, the sky, in the heavens, the universe is, the sky is rolling up. I don't even know how to explain that. If you were standing on a Venus, which you probably can't stand on Venus, but you would see the universe, the sky rolling up, right? People in the dumps, we talked about this one before, they would hope that the rocks fall on them. 100-pound hailstorms. I was in a car in 2006 or 5 or something like that in that time frame with golf ball size hailstorm that destroyed most of the panels of my car. I can't even imagine what a 100-pound hailstorm would do to everything. People would be completely destroyed. Every single house, every single place would be destroyed. How many people would die with 100-pound hailstorms? Right? This is how much happens when you blaspheme God in that way, right? Sorry, I'm going to grab something to drink here. It also indicates, too, that the moon turns blood red, that the sun goes to a sackcloth as well. And sometimes that does occur during earthquake issues. It's just how it works. And I would say, and there's also a prediction, and I think this is a fascinating point, that there's a tsunami prediction because it talks about the bottoms of the oceans run dry. This is so far beyond earthquake understanding that because we didn't know in an ancient time frame of John's time frame that tsunamis would occur and roll up oceans. This again proves the Bible over and over again. I hear people all the time say, I don't believe the Bible is even true. I believe the Bible has been rewritten. And I go, you don't know what you're talking about. You haven't read enough of the Bible. Have I not just proven the Bible true over and over and over again? It has technology and understanding of earthquake, seismic activity, of technologies of things like DUMBs and um, nuclear issues, of destruction of a city in an hour. Trust the word that it has not been tainted over this time frame. The universe is shaking. And these are all happening on one day while Armageddon, this battle is going to rage here as well. The glorious appearing is taking out the enemies while Jesus is coming back with his called, chosen, and faithful. And by the way, this isn't really a battle. Don't think of this as a battle like you're going, oh, there's going to be a lot of fighting. This is like, psh, it's over, right? Jesus comes in and speaks it out in the word and goes, it's done. Okay, Armageddon becomes a killing field. It is up to the horse's bridle, which means around 5 feet high of blood. It could be tens or hundreds of millions of people as well as maybe millions of horses as well. The Antichrist and false prophet and Satan are picked up. Now, here's the fascinating point, because there is a very famous picture of Jesus and Satan arm wrestling, right? And people always want to bring Jesus and Satan arm wrestling one another. And I go, you guys don't even know your Bible. And Mormons believe that Jesus um and Lucifer are actually brothers of one another. And that is such a moronic statement, because that derivates Jesus down to human level. And the answer is that is so stupid. Because here's what I want you to understand. Oops, sorry. I want you to understand something. Jesus never, ever has to fight them. He's standing on in the world. And you know what he does? He makes Michael the archangel. He takes the personalities of the Antichrist, the toughest dude in the history of the planet. He takes the false prophet, the second toughest dude in the history of the planet. These are the two scariest guys we've ever seen, ever. Tougher than Napoleon, tougher than Hitler, tougher than, scarier than Genghis Khan. Pick anyone you've ever come up with. These are the scariest people you've ever seen. Shove in there Satan on top of it. And Michael the archangel takes them all and goes, and I'm going to pull off the screen here for a second. The thing off screen goes, yep, I got you. And he pulls them and he shoves them in. Guess what? He shoves them in. Sorry, he shoves them in to the he. The Antichrist is sent to the lake of fire. Now he dispels them into the pretender. Now some people misunderstand and they think like Obama's the Antichrist, and the answer is no, because I will talk about this in another time frame, but I'm going to say Obama isn't that person, and there are other pretenders. Those are pretenders, but Antichrist will go to the lake of fire. Um, the false prophet will go to the lake of fire, but Satan actually has a different place. And so, but they will be a lot. These are the first two guys that go to the lake of fire. No one's in the lake of fire for a time frame. They will stay there and be in there for eternity. They will, and they're the first two people that go into the lake of fire. So this is a place that no one's there. By the way, hell is still around in the center of the planet, but these two people go there for the first time, and they have to be in there for 1,000 years. Now, Satan has an end to his part. So he has to go into what's called the abyss for 1,000 years along with his demons. See, that's the abyss where the fourth trumpet, that's where those little those little bad boys with the stinger things come out, and the demons and Satan have to stay in there for 1,000 years, and they can't come out. They're allowed only Satan is allowed to stir the nations again with the spirit of Gog for a very, very short war at the very end of the millennial reign. And then he is sent along with the demons to the lake of fire. So these last ones will go to the lake of fire. But all the people, see, here's the point. The rest of the people are still in hell. Now, everyone that's dead, all the rest of the dead, they first go to hell, because that's where you stay. It's like a jail or a county jail. I love talking about this part. Oops, sorry. So this is the basic end, and I'm gonna kind of end it, on this particular area because this is you're like, holy cow. So here's what happens. Satan goes to the abyss, stays there for 1,000 years, comes out for a little bit with the spirit called Gog and the demons. That's why Gog is one of those demons, and tempts the nations for just a little tiny bit at the end of the millennial reign, and then has to go to the lake of fire, right, with the demons. The Antichrist and the false prophet are already in the lake of fire. Okay. Now, we will talk about the rest of them in another time frame, but I'm going to give you one little hint. There is something called the white throne judgment. So the rest of the wicked, this is the part of Rosh Hashanah. The wicked, all the people who are wicked, the people that have the mark of the beast, or people that die in their sin because they never accepted the contract of Jesus, go into hell. So they stay in hell. So all through eternity, people die, and it's not because they're bad people or whatever they are. We're all sin. We all sin and fallen short of the glory of God, right? That's Romans 3:23. But here's the point. If we accept Jesus and his sacrifice, we are saved. We're saved by grace and not of ourselves, but it's the gift of God through Jesus Christ, our eternal point, right? So this is the whole point of Revelation. It's not about this, I'm going to pound you into the sand. This whole point is to create a decision for Christ. The tribulation, the whole tribulation point, he could make a decision in 5 seconds. He doesn't need 7 years. People misunderstand it. He doesn't need the 7 years to do all this stuff. People always think it's always about judgment. Judgment is about wrath. Wrath isn't the whole point here. There is wrath upon the wicked, yes, and they go to hell. And when you go to hell, there's this white throne judgment at the very, excuse me, at the very end of the tribulation, at the very end of the millennial reign. So the tribulation and the very end of at the very end of the millennial reign, where they stand in front of Jesus, and he opens up this book. And I'm going to use this Ken LaHaye book, right? And just think of this as the book of life. And he's got this book of life in front of Jesus, right? And he goes, your name's not in here, bud. And your name has to be written in the book of life. And in essence, he says, your name isn't written in blood in the book of life. And he's like, it's not here. And that's in Revelation. And you go, it's not there. It's why? Because you didn't sign the contract. You get it? And they can't say anything because they know they didn't sign it. Boom, they go to where? The lake of fire. And see, some people will say, yeah, but that's not fair. Why do they have to be in the lake of fire for how long? For eternity. Because they chose it. They made a choice. If heaven is forever, hell is for a time, but the lake of fire is forever too. And you might go, well, that's just not fair. Guess what? If you have an eternal God, you have to have an eternal decision. And some people struggle with this idea, but those are the eternal levels of decisions. That's why Jesus and the Holy Spirit and the Father are screaming out to humanity over and over and over and over again. Please make a decision. For me, I've already made all of the statements, the way for you to make a decision for Christ. Can you make a decision for Christ? And understand, read Revelation to see that it is not a book of wrath to beat you up. It's a book of decision. When you see it's a book of decision, to make a decision for or against him, then you realize, oh, this is cool. Yeah, it can be scary, but it's cool. It's a book of hope, but it can be a book of ugh if you don't make that decision. Does that make sense? Now, this was a long one. This is 4 hours and 40 minutes long, but you guys voted to have this kind of thing. So buck up, have fun with this. Again, like we said, this is the Tribulation book. This is how you can get it. Go to drscottyoung.com. Again, drscottyoung.com, the Tribulation book that you can go buy it at the website. We appreciate you so much.